where the other parties or the players are not seeing it that you are giving undue advantage to one person over another, which is what is already in the quarter. If you listen to the press statement of the PD spokesperson, Mr. Debo, they were not happy because if this shifting had come earlier, let's say Monday, Tuesday, I bet you PD wouldn't have been holding their convention today. You've just pushed them while the game is already on. And this MINEC have been telling, restating. Now, the whole thing about this is that if you drag Nigeria to begin to, not to begin to believe your word, it's very dangerous. There's even some insinuations that this is already a test run of the same experience we had in 2019, where, in fact, some couple of hours before the INEC were telling everybody the election was held, and suddenly, our election was cancelled. And we know what happened. People that traveled came back again, and at the end of everything, and we had low turnout.
Cancelled or postponed?
Okay. No, postponed.
So Emmanuel,
postponed.
What should have been done?
INEC should not be saying, playing into the gimmicks of the politicians.
In my view, every delegate for both the PDP and APC is already in Abuja. Every one of them. In fact, many of them arrived here since Tuesday. There is no delegate of PDP or APC that is still in their locality as at yesterday. Not one. So the shift, in my view, does not change anything. The game remains what it is. The delegates are here to select the best candidate for PDP, and supposedly if APC did not shift theirs to 6th and 7th, the same thing would have still happened. However, there are other political parties, because I don't want to remain with just PDP alone. There is other political parties. No single political party out of the 18 have chosen their presidential candidate. Not one. So if other parties have chosen and is left with just PDP and APC, then you can say, oh, maybe that they were waiting for PDP date, then now shift. But PDP can still change their date to 6th and 7th. After all, it's not the same venue.
All right. Now, there's also the issue of monetization of the whole process.
Oh, absolutely.
So by this extension, and that means, going by what you said, if all the delegates are in the capital city, it then means that, we are likely to see maybe need to also increase whatever monies, that has been budgeted for these delegates to come and stay and the likes of them. How would that also impact when it comes to the issue of monetization of the process? Mr.
Okay, now, I like the angle you are taking it, because you are not looking at the monetization. The more you keep shifting these goalposts, the more you are creating for more. Like he said, if we are to go by what he said, which I, for once, do not even agree that the old delegates, all of them are already on ground as against the APC. But the main thing,
but for an election that would happen
that would have happened on Sunday.
On Saturday, Sunday.
It's just as none of us is an APC member, but we would have been able to tell you that they may not even have been expecting Sunday. There's even insinuations that they know that this is going to even shifting.
No, I disagree, sir.
Well, how can we verify that?
No, you can't. So that is why we shouldn't even have come to this point. I'm not against shifting. I'm against the time for the shifting. If this was done and earlier, it's not. INEC has the right to regulate, to shift, to adjust whatever they feel they can do within the confines of the law. But what we are saying is that in doing all this, they must maintain that so that it will not be seen that you are giving one undue advantage or the other. But again, coming to your question, issue about money, of course we know. Whether you shift it to 2 weeks' time or you shift it to now, they're still going to, that is not a yardstick that because it has been shifted to 6th to 7th, then APC will be spending more money than PDP. That is not true. From what we are seeing now, and that has been, we have been expecting that this particular time, because a lot of clamor, people have been pleading with delegates, that for once they should follow their conscience. They should try everything possible to shun monetization. But unfortunately, we've seen what happened a couple of hours ago. A frontline presidential aspirant in the person of Mohamed Ayatollah, openly, that statement would have, you will now know how painful it is to him to have openly admitted that, in his word, that the way money, the whole process have been monetized is something that baffles him. And he withdrew.
Emmanuel, are you worried about this? The monetization is, it's a notch higher than what we know before. I mean, before, you don't see it done openly like this in such a manner. But all of a sudden, it's like delegates have become now some kind of very, very delicate, aspect of this election. So, are you worried about, the trend, of this monetization thing?
Absolutely. I am absolutely worried. I mean, I belong to the civil society family, and this has been a major, major concern. If you recall, where we began to see this open, cutting of delegates or electorates with money started openly from Ekiti election in 2000 and I think it was 2012 or thereabout, in Ekiti state election. That was when the language was, stomach infrastructure. And of course, it kept going forward until we got to the point where even during voting, people stand by. I mean, I monitored the election of 2015, and openly in Abaji here, people were being given money. Children were given money. And I am very sure most of those kids were not owners of those PVCs. In 2015, in Kanu, I monitored elections. In River State, I monitored elections. Same thing. Now, one of the things I noticed is because the reason why this persisted is because of the failure of our institutions. We have ICPC, we have EFCC, we have police, we have NIA, and the rest of them. They are always there. They see these things, but they keep quiet. The Electoral Act is very clear on vote buying. So when you say the delegate system, that the money is being given to delegates is for transportation and for accommodation, fine, we can excuse the fact that there is a need for you to accommodate the delegate. But the question is, whose responsibility is it?
To provide those
funds. Is it the responsibility of the
candidates,
aspirants
yes,
to provide that? If it is, what are the mechanisms put in place to gather the funds? Or is it that the aspirants are supposed to go to the state, get the delegate and transport them by themselves, or give them money for transportation? And is money for transportation $20,000? Or is money for transportation $10,000?
Exactly. Maybe should we be looking at maybe putting a cap on the amount, approved for delegates, going for, elections in whatever state?
That's why I say for me, that this National Assembly failed woefully in this Electoral Act amendment. I don't know the vendetta they had that made them blind to a lot of errors they've made with the Electoral Act. There are salient issues that ought to have come in. For example, the issue of when you wake up and throw away the statutory delegates without thinking about the consequences of such. Because I know it was in their bid to make sure that the governors do not have undue advantage. But they ended up giving it into the hands of the governors, because in the past you probably would have like 1,000+ delegates coming from a state. Today you have in an entire world just one person being elected, just one. How can one person come from the world to elect? There is a story that I heard that in two words, one person elected the senatorial candidate, because the senatorial district of that particular place is just 2 words.
It then means that the other wards did not have a say in something that actually
nobody else has a say. So these are the errors from the National Assembly because of the mess they've made to the Electoral Act. If they had come up with, they were more interested in pushing up the cost you will spend as against looking at how to ensure that parties, the political party itself, should be responsible for the delegates. If you go for the Democratic National Convention, it is the political party that takes care of the delegates that come from different places.
All right. Well, Kenneth, are you? There's this last-minute defections that we've seen in the PDP also, and I'm sure that there's going to be implications, for that. And mostly some of the people that have defected, we talk about Senator Ina Abaribe. We talk about Peter Obi, one of the major figures in the political party, and Ekwere Madu as well, the former deputy Senate of the Senate. So when you see that kind of movement, what does this tell about the general outcome of the elections in 2023 for the PDP, especially if you take into account some of the concerns about zoning and all of that?
Okay, thank you. I think defection, withdrawal, and whatever you may call it is not new in the Nigeria politics. And in weeks to come, we are still going to witness even more, both from PDP. Even after today, you may be surprised that you're going to see a lot of alignment and realignment. And we can't tell of APC, but I can also tell you that they cannot also avoid that. There's going to be defection. There are going to be people, aggrieved people. In fact, from your news, ahead of the one in Taraba, 6 contestants said because a particular candidate, Senator Emmanuel Boacha, who just decamped from PDP, not quite long, and went away with the ticket, they said they are giving it that if such is not happen, they are going to, So defection and counter-defection is not the issue. But my worry is that if I were to be in the leadership of the PDP, there are persons I will not actually have allowed to defect. People that have such kind of weight, like the people you've mentioned now, like P2B. You get it? People that have that kind of weight because it's going to bring, even if P2B is not going to end up winning, if, for example, it's going to cause damage to the PDP. And from what we have seen, the vision and purpose and goal of any opposition party is how to unseat the current government and to take over power. So you don't want anything to demarcate you or to reduce your potency or to in any way reduce your number. So instead of PDP to have gone to any extent to make sure that nobody is leaving, it's even unfortunate. We've heard someone like Kwankwaso who have said that one of the most, intolerable things in PDP is that even when they know your value, they still don't care that you are living.
So at the end of
which
the day,
shouldn't have been so.
At the end of the day,
so for me, I think this administration of the PDP, led by Senator Yocha Ayo, he has failed in that aspect. So do you other person would have managed it.
Do you think that
very well?
This whole monetization thing, has a role to play in the defection of somebody like Peter Obi, for instance? And what does that say about our political process?
I think the monetization of our electoral process is not exclusive to PDP. A whole lot of it is also present in the APC. A whole lot of it is present in APC, is also present in APGA and other political parties. However, I think because of the personalities that are in PDP, I see a lot of brazenness, in, for example, there's, if you remember the Port Harcourt issue, where election took place in Port Harcourt, where a particular candidate was supposedly coasting home to victory. Last minute, they said something happened and it became somebody else. And the story was that the dollarization of the Port Harcourt Convention, I don't know if you remember that caption at that time. Then, of course, if you also come to this 2022 presidential special convention of the PDP, you will see that there are 2 major candidates, 2 major aspirants who, whose name have been resonating regularly as those who have been dollarizing the entire process.
Okay.
And, so the issue is that, one, when people feel they have money or they have the money, most of these monies, are not monies, not personal cash.
Okay, all right. I'm going to have to interrupt you here so that we can get live feeds from the field there at the Moshood Abiola Stadium. Our correspondent Shafiu Suleiman is standing by there to give us an update on what exactly is happening. And thereafter, we'll be back to the studio to take some of the commentaries here. So let's connect with Shafiu Suleiman. Hello, Shafiu. All right, so if you can hear me, Shafiu, take us through what's happening there at the stadium. What do we know so far?
to radio. Board of Trustees of the party talking about Senator Walid Jibril on this said all is now
Tell them that his audio is not. We really can't hear him very well.
It's not worried by the postponement of the exercise. By they said even if the party is going to postpone, the PDP is the party to beat because, as he said, the APC has failed woefully.
Well, that's Shafiu Suleiman, one of our correspondents there at the Moshood Abiola Stadium, bringing us updates on what's happening right now there as at the PDP presidential primary election holding. We'll be connecting back to Shafiu later, but for now, let's just continue with our discussion here. I have in the studio Kenneth Eze. He is a political and public affairs analyst, and also Emmanuel Osameka, also a political analyst. Now, just like we were saying, this is what's happening. Their delegates are there. We know that there are 14 ballot boxes that are there positioned for all the various aspirants in that election. But I want us to talk about the issue of, the delegate list itself. We have had instances where, certain lists will just, come up even at the venue of conventions and all of that. And this has actually led to a lot of, grievances expressed by some of the political party members. Just, about 2 days ago or a day before now, we heard in Niger State how some delegates were shot in the state because they expressed, reservations about the delegate list and all of that. So, I'm sure that by now we would have, dealt with, the issue of delegate list. But do you see that as a likely issue to bring a problem, in the primaries?
Yeah. Some couple of hours ago, we've seen one of the presidential aspirants, distinguished Senator Pius Anyim Pius. Who this is the second letter he's writing. He had highlighted the chairman, Senator Yocha Ayo. First was that a delegate list was missing. Then, about 6 hours ago.
On the day of the election?
Yes. About 6 hours ago, his spokesperson again addressed, I wrote another letter, I'm talking of open letter. And he said, okay, he saw a list now. But the list that he now saw that is being compiled to be used any moment from now does not represent the true state of what happened in Eboy. that none of the people who were elected was even in the list. It was just a concocted names that was put. This is one Senate president. And so this begins to give us serious concerns that this is election before election. Nigerians are going to pick from those who are going to emerge from this process. And unfortunately, this is the area where most of us are not even giving attention as it should. This is the area where we are not even participating as it should. The overall total number of persons from the report we had is 811 that will be voting. It's not even and there's even some analysis that some section of the country, it favors some are having up to 130, while the other parts are having 360. And some people are projecting that with that, one session is going to already win.
Now,
and so, this is, when you look at this, it leaves you to the fact that our internal democracy, we still have a long way to go. There is not going to be any different thing that's going to be expected from the previous presidential primaries. You are going to see this is an aspirant already. The first aspirant was Mohammed Ayatuddin, crying that he has never witnessed the level of monetization that he has seen. This is a man, former MD with all his FSB, International Bank and everything, and he withdrew. The Senate president, ex-Senate president, he said that first that the list was not even there, later a list showcased, and the list there was it's not even the list of those that were elected. And here is INEC, who have instructed all the political parties that you have to use the list of the people elected for this purpose of party primaries. So when you see all these things...
So how can, a body like INEC, for instance, ensure that it is the names of people that have been elected for those primaries that will actually be partaking in that convention? Because, maybe INEC has to be more involved with this, because it's one of the most crucial aspects of the elections, isn't it?
Absolutely. I think you are spot on there. The truth is, INEC statutorily ought to monitor every election at the ward, local government, state, and the national. The reason is that for the national to happen, it has to start from the ward. So every ward delegate election or Congress or whatever they call it, INEC ought to have monitored. And from that monitoring, whoever emerges at that level, INEC should have that name from that place. So that if at the end of the day, the national is responsible for sending the names to INEC, the names are sent and it's different from what the names INEC they already have, then they can tell them that, look, this based on subject to what we know. This list does not represent what has transpired at the ward, local government, states, and all that. But unfortunately, we are yet to see INEC, wield the big stick when it comes to the delegate list. Over time, if you look at...
Could there be limitations maybe with the Electoral Act that spells out the extent to which INEC can actually get involved with the issue of, say, delegates list, for instance?
No, I don't think so. INEC has the administrative power to do all these things. The issue is just that if we want to get this done, very easy, like I said, if INEC had observed, monitored the party primary from ward, local to state, and they have their list, for God's sake, we write exams, JAMB, WAEC. Are you going to come into an exam hall when you did not register? That is impersonation. We have seen they will boggle you out, arrest you, hand over to security. If INEC want to sort this, is very, the electoral act, and INEC has the administrative power to do all this. Today, as we are talking in this Moshood Abiola, INEC is there, right there. INEC will be private to the list that's going to be used. So if a list comes out, and it's not the same thing with what they have, if INEC can muzzle up the wheel to wheel the big stick against them, this thing will not be happening anymore. It is not only special with PDP. You are still seeing, in some weeks to come, you will be seeing lists. That is how we have brought our primary elections. You will just see lists, delegate lists flying around and all those things.
The same thing is happening in your APC.
So INEC can resolve this. They have lists of what they've released guidelines before now, stated clearly The only list we are going to be accepting, the new delegate, is the one that was elected for the purpose of party primary.
Exactly.
So if in this convention, you now see a new list from whoever, you already know this is not the one we have. What is the right thing will just be done. And all these political parties will now learn. But unfortunately, we may not see that.
Now, closely tied to that is the issue of imposition of, candidates. So I'm suspecting that even with the issue of the delegate list, do you see, a chance of maybe some influential party member imposing delegates, or maybe the governors in this instance, maybe being the ones to decide who is a delegate and who is not? And how can we, deal with this? Imagine.
So what we are talking about primarily is the fact that delegates have been imposed. So you already have people, delegates are meant to be elected. So normally the process is that if you want to be a delegate at the local government level, from the ward level, you buy the form and they vote you in, then you become. Likewise, ditto all through for the national convention. Now, what is happening today and the complaints we're getting is that, one, a lot of the lists coming from the states to the national, or supposedly a lot of the lists being compiled at the national level, is not a true representation of what happened at the states. So you see clearly that somehow some people are imposing names. And as a result, if you have that imposition coming from the grassroots all the way to the national, what it means is that there's already a predetermined end for the national convention. But you see, for me, what I think that we need to do if we are very serious as a nation, and I also think that INEC should sit down with the National Assembly for the next election. If we say we are emulating the American style of presidential system of government, then we should take it the whole 9 yards. What do we need to do? Within 6 months or within 1 year, 2 years, let the presidential candidate or aspirants of each political party go to the ward to the ward level and run the election from there. You begin to gather votes from the ward level to local government level to state level. So when they gather, you do state by state primary. State by state primary, and let the members of that political party vote for the candidate. It's not something you want to do, one day, you say one full day, you do direct primary. No.
All right. Now, do you think that maybe if we have adopted a different mode of nominating candidates for each political party, it would have been better? Maybe if we had said, let's do, the direct primaries. Would it be, some have said it's more difficult to manipulate. It's more on the side of the people than the bigwigs of the political parties. So do you think that maybe if we have told that path, things would have been much different?
Anyway, I for once were among those that were pushing for the direct primary. We were not happy when it was not expunged, but when it now became an option, one of the options, because we now have 3 options: consensus, indirect, and direct. Because of the reason you've just said, we've believed that let's also test this one, whether we're going to have a more better results, less full of irregularities. Maybe what we've been seeing now, like in Kaduna and some other places, I even saw in Oshu, where aspirants gave money to some delegate, and at the end, he found out that the vote he got, he garnered, was not up to the people he gave money, used the lantern, and start following them up.
In fact, we have seen even in Kaduna where someone said, "Look, return my money."
That's what I said. Yeah.
The
so maybe if it will have been that direct, where you queue in behind the person, there won't be any option of collecting money from everywhere. It will be so clear. You won't vote for aspirant A and claim that you voted for aspirant B. All these things. But our internal democracy, we need to be deepened. This is where the real work is. What Nigerians need to know is that the most beautiful girl or most handsome guy is going to be picked among the contestants, not that lady at home that did not go out or that did not buy the form. That's why I said earlier that this is election before an election. Whoever PDP is coming up with today, be it aspirant among the 14 aspirants, is a person Nigeria will now be left with the option to now think of picking, even if we had wanted another person. And so we need to deepen internal democracy. The mode of delegates, the stories we'll be hearing about money, and unfortunately, EFCC, our anti-graft agency, who has previously made us understand how they've been going about, has remained mum. That's kept mum. Never, we have seen politicians who even accepted publicly that they gave money out and they were going after their money. But as we talk today, nobody has been invited, nobody has been arrested for such unruly acts.
That's the shocking part of it, because people used vigilantes and hunters to go and retrieve monies from supposed delegates who collected money and refused to pay them. It's in the open. There are videos,
and that's ushering a different, approach to violence.
Absolutely, absolutely. So the security agencies ought to have picked up those intel, because those videos are intel. Pick up those videos, and arrests should have been made by now.
All right. Well, gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us on this special broadcast and sharing your perspectives with us. We have come to the end of this segment of the program. The program is not done yet, but we'll be taking more updates from the field, and to say goodbye to our guest here in the studio. We've been speaking with Kenneth Eze, rather. He is a political affairs analyst, and also Emmanuel Osameka, political affairs analyst. We appreciate you coming on this segment.
It's my pleasure.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
All right, now this is special coverage of the PDP presidential primaries holding at the Moshood Abiola Stadium here in the capital city. Some of the aspirants: Atiku Abubakar, former vice president; Nyesom Wike, governor of Rivers State; Aminu Tombol, governor of Sokoto State; Bukola Saraki, the former Senate President; Anyim Pius Anyim, former Senate President as well, and Secretary to the Government of the Federation; Ayodele Fayeshe, former Governor of Ekiti State; Bala Mohammed, the current Governor of Bauchi State; Charles Ugu, lawyer, real estate developer; Dele Momodu, media entrepreneur; Sam Ohabuma, and also Udom Emmanuel Akwa Ibom State Governor. These are the aspirants in the PDP presidential primary election. We'll be bringing you updates and also commentaries as we proceed on the program. For now, let's take a short breather. The show will continue. Please stay with us.
Colonel Austin Akobundu, retired but not tired. You're welcome, sir. For your patience. I believe that Nigeria, and today one of our presidential aspirants. Election Expert Mission to Nigeria 2022. Also, Comrade
Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Senator Dr. Gabriel. May I also welcome former Minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Minister for Foreign Affairs, and serving Senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, distinguished
Rescue, Redirect, and Rebuild Nigeria program. That each of the candidates when he gets there The business of this party to wish, it is also a prayer and an aspiration committee.
youths careless treatment.
All right, thank you for staying with us. You are watching the special coverage of the PDP presidential primary election holding here in the capital city at the Moshood Abiola Stadium. And from what you were hearing, we had a brief remark by Chidi Oluchi, a former aspirant under the platform of the PDP in the Abia State House of Assembly election. Quite impressive one to see the kind of inclusion that we've always talked about. But now let's get more perspectives. We have in the studio Jide Ojo, public affairs analyst, and also Segun Ojumu. He is the chairman, INEC Press Corps, FCT, here with us in the studio. Thank you for joining us on this special coverage.
It's a pleasure.
Thank you for having me. Issue of inclusion. How would you react to this address by someone who is considered a person living with disability in Nigeria, but here he is. He's also very active, from what we are seeing in the PDP.
Well, for the Electoral Act, it has done the needful. The Electoral Act has, as I considered it, integrated the vulnerable groups into the electoral process. If you look at the section 9.2, talks about INEC having to provide disaggregated data of persons with disabilities, arising from their registration. So INEC now knows how to cater to the needs of persons living with disability. Aside from that, there is also an alteration to a former section 54. I think it's 56 now of the Electoral Act, which now talks about INEC has to provide, not may provide. In the previous Electoral Act 2010, it said INEC will provide a brave ballot guide, embossed prints and all of that. But in this Electoral Act 2022, the word may has been changed to shall. Then there is also another vulnerable group that have been mainstreamed into the electoral process, which is the IDPs. The section 24 of the Electoral Act 24.1 talks about the Commission doing as much as possible to integrate and ensure the participation of persons living in the internally displaced persons. Now, these two broad categories, the IDPs, then the persons with disabilities, not forgetting that we already had the Not Too Young to Run way back in 2018, which has already mainstreamed youth into the electoral process, because now you have the qualification age reduced, at least for two key positions, that of the president from 35 to 30, and that of from 40 to 35, and that of the House of Reps from 35 to 25. So that has also ensured some measure of inclusion. But what that lady is talking about is an appeal to his party, to our party. Because one thing is, the Electoral Act provision is talking to INEC as the election management body. Do this for these vulnerable groups, for this marginalized group. But what if the different parties refuse to, for instance, put forward this community of persons? That is why she's making that appeal that it should be considered. I don't see why parties could not say, out of 3 delegates coming from each local government, 1 person will be persons with disability. Is that too much to ask?
Exactly. So it's one thing to have some of these beautiful policies, or I would say laws, in statutes, but again, it's entirely a different thing to see it, come to reality. Now, if you look at even the list of the presidential aspirants in this primary election, there's just 1 female, in that election. So we've said a lot about, gender and women inclusion and participation in politics and all of that. But how much have we seen it reflect, even in these primaries, if you may, Shegun?
Yeah, go back to the last general elections we had. For women participation, for example, it was a step back from the previous one. If you look at the numbers in the Senate or in the House of Representatives, you discover that we kind of walked back the progress we made previously, and for me, it's not a good thing. I believe we shouldn't be doing worse than countries like Rwanda. We shouldn't be doing worse than countries like Senegal, who have more women, in their parliaments, who have more women even in the appointed positions. Nigeria is lagging way behind those countries. And that shows you that we still have a lot work to do, and the journey is still far.
Even though we saw a female win the primaries in the APC in Adamawa State.
In Adamawa, yes.
That was an upset.
An historical one. So a lot of, were you surprised by that? Anyway.
I'm very surprised that well, she's a serving senator, so she has some clout. But to defeat someone like Nuhu Ribadu, who is a veteran, veteran aspirant, now I think he's on his second or third aspiration. And this is Nuhu Ribadu, who was a presidential candidate in 2011 for AC. No, is it 2007?
Yeah,
2007. He was presidential aspirant.
Yes.
So he lowered his ambition to now
to be a governor. And then a woman.
And then a woman, you know the way it was couched by the president, said Tinubu's ally, Ribadu, defeated by a female aspirant. But we also had Mama Taraba, may God bless her, so way back in 2019 in Taraba, who made a very good showing under APC. Unfortunately, she didn't break the glass ceiling.
Now, talking about the caliber of people that are contesting in this PDP primaries. If you pick the female candidate in this election, Tari Obi Oliver, what are her chances? You have people like Atiku, Wike, Tambuwal, Saraki, people who have been in government for years and all that. So, what are her chances?
Okay, now it's a sad commentary about a democracy, what we've been hearing and seeing. Mohammed Hayatuddin this morning announced his withdrawal from the race, and he said the process has been obscenely monetized. Except those women can, and I hate to say this, match the likes of Atiku and Tambuwal, Mbisaraki, and the rest, Wiki, except they can match them naira for naira or dollar for dollar. We shouldn't really be talking about this, but wait, we are here. Except those women can match them, then I'm afraid they don't really stand a chance.
I mean, if you look at the entire process, it's almost as if Nigerians are coming to terms with the fact that money politics has come to stay in Nigeria, even though the laws that we have, if you look at them, they frown at these things. But it doesn't look like anyone really is doing anything about the monetization of the whole process. Mr. Jide?
Well, I've written about this in my column in The Punch, and I'm of the considered view that politics everywhere is highly monetized. It's a capital-intensive entrepreneur, a capital-intensive enterprise. There was an article I started with a line from Davido's song, "If you don't get money, hide your face." The truth is, even in US, if you see the billions they spend on elections, if you convert it to naira, you'll be talking of trillion naira.
Yes.
But to what end is the money they spend? What do they use it for?
Exactly. How does it influence on the process?
That should be the question. In US, my brothers, political adverts is what takes 80% of the funds for electioneering. You see them, matching advert for advert, where they do opinion survey. What's it called? Yes, opinion. Polling.
Yes.
Polling. So when they poll and say, in Wisconsin, Democratic Party may not do it. They spend more money on adverts in that place. And they do town halls, they do meet the voters, they get people to work phones, volunteers. Those are the kind of things they spend money on. And there is a Federal Election Commission that monitors campaign finance in US.
Yes.
In Nigeria, everything is under INEC. INEC conducts election. Fake in US.
So is INEC overwhelmed? Do you think?
Fake. Federal Elections Commission. You can Google it. They don't monitor. They don't conduct election. Federal Elections Commission in US does not conduct election. who are the people that conduct elections? State secretary of state, who is partisan, is the one that will be that conduct. That's why you see Trump. Going to Georgia, Atlanta, Georgia, to say that you have to be voted out. This you secretary that I lost under you.
He even told you to find me those votes.
Yeah, exactly. So what we are saying is that it's the states in US that conduct their election. Federal Election Commission only monitors to make sure that you comply with campaign finance provisions. So in Nigeria,
yes,
what you spend money on is buying of delegates, inducement of even traditional rulers, religious leaders, youth groups, women's group, even community of persons with disability. Everybody is asking for a share of the pie. And that forms the bulk of your election spending, many of which you cannot even compute. Because some people, if they withdraw 2 million naira every day, they will still have so many people that because from the day, Ayuba, the day you come out to say you are an aspirant, that's the day you become your excellency. That's the day the people will come to you and say, your brother has just gained admission to FUTA. Please do something about it. How much? 150,000 you give. This your wife is my wife. This your wife. So
you've become the breadwinner of the whole community.
Of the community. And all they would just do is flattering you. Say, see, this election is a done deal. You are already your excellency. You are already your distinguished.
Yes.
But
so in terms of
the day, this is money you don't even.
Mr. Jide, in terms of implementing and regulating some of these things, are you saying that INEC is overwhelmed, going by the illustration you gave?
Will I say INEC is overwhelmed? I think INEC has not done the needful. INEC has the law on its side, but INEC has been very hesitant to wield the big stick. Let me put it this way. See, INEC have been involved in campaign finance tracking since 2007, and I know the kind of work we do. It's even estimates we are able to do, like tracking billboards, tracking political expenditures in the media, tracking, what's it called? Your rallies, estimated amount of what you spend to organize rallies by getting estimates of, okay, how much does a DJ hand, if he's going to, how much will you rent a stadium? So you do that estimate, which will give you far less figure.
Okay, so
but even when you come and collate that report, nothing is done.
Okay, now going by this, let's talk about this delegate, this delegate thing. As it appears now, all the aspirants contesting an election, everyone goes to their ward to try to woo the delegates, in their own favor and all of that. At the political party level, and as far as the electoral laws are concerned, someone is, raising the point that how about we mainstream this? Because one of the issues, or I would say the aspirants will give, is that this money is for the delegates, logistical
logistics.
Logistics, their welfare and the rest of them. So who should be paying for that cost? Should it be the political party or should it be the aspirants? Because someone is saying that perhaps maybe the political parties should be doing that instead of aspirants in a political party who end up influencing the whole process. What do you think?
Right. He who dictates, he who pays the piper, we say dictates the tune, right? Now, if you leave it to the aspirants, then we'll be having the kind of conversation we're having now. Then maybe if you leave it to the political parties, then maybe we might be having a different kind of conversation. But the truth is, if you leave it to the people who are aspiring for office, then we'll still be talking about this come 2023 and beyond 2023. You give money, there's a reason why you're giving that money, and there's a reason why you agree to pay for their hotels. Some even camp delegates in secret locations, in secret hotels. not wanting the opponent to even have access to them, because that person would have done his investigation or her investigation to find how much was given, and then the person either, most likely going to do better than whatever that person has given, and then it will sway them to his side. Look at what is happening. I've seen the video. It's a hilarious video, but also very poignant, very sad, in Kaduna State, where a delegate, an aspirant lost, and he came back for his money. And he got it back. Yeah. So we'll come back to all of that. For now, let's join Shafiu Suleiman, who is at the Moshood Abiola Stadium, to give us a live feed of what's happening there as far as the PDP presidential primaries is concerned. Shafiu, are you there?
And unplanned and
you know, the consensus
I didn't get that.
All right, well, it appears we have some little technical hitch there. We'll be reconnecting back to Shafiu Suleiman there. But for now, we have in the studio Jide Ojo, political affairs analyst, and also Segun Ojumu, the chairman, INEC Press Corps in the FCT. Now, whether or not who should take responsibility for the welfare of delegates, because apparently, going by the way we are going now, it is compromising the whole essence. Delegates
wait, Ayuba. What have you found out what the current situation is?
Political aspirants, they sponsor, these delegates.
No.
Right, that's what's happening right
that's
now.
Not true.
That's where we're seeing the millions
go.
True. The dollars. Okay, so what's the situation?
It's not the aspirants. See, what happens is the political heavyweights, the governors are the one that sponsors them. Are you with me? It's the governor that will, like in APC control state, the governor, the delegates list cannot even make it to Abuja without the governor. So the governor now will be the one, as the leader of the delegation, that will cater to the logistics of, I'm not saying that's the ideal. Because when you say it's the aspirant, you are assuming that, well, I'm not putting it out beyond the fact that a governor who is also an aspirant in a governorship election will have the list. But let me say something.
What about, I'm talking about, what the aspirants give the delegates to woo them to their own side.
Now,
that's what I'm talking about. So if a governor has an anointed candidate,
yes,
is he also going to be sharing money for everybody to,
No, wait. That's what I'm saying. See, those people make it to Abuja or wherever is the convention based on the logistic support from the governor. Now, when the governor is responsible for their accommodation, feeding, and all of that, and is the one that trades on their behalf. Do you get? When he knows, if I'm a frontline aspirant and I want your delegates and yours, I will not be dealing with them one-on-one. I will be dealing with you, who is the leader of the delegation. And so it's whoever that agrees with me that would deliver those delegates to vote for me. But
so who should be responsible for the logistics needs of the delegates? The governor or the party?
I feel it's the party. the party should be responsible because the party is actually the one that should have overseen the election of the delegate. But even if the party is responsible, in as much as the aspirants could make it to see the delegate under the guise of campaigning to them, they will induce them. I don't know if you understand that as many of the frontline aspirants goes about meeting those delegates in their various states, they are also leaving something behind.
Of course.
I learned a frontline aspirant in APC, everywhere he goes, is paying the delegates 250,000 naira or $300. That is even at their own state. So the inducement starts from there.
All right, now, do you think...
no, wait, let's trace the whole marketing strategy. It's a marketing strategy. There are, okay, people who bought 100 million naira from, who never canvassed for vote. What do you think will be their gain? They are the one that will warehouse the delegates. So you want my delegates to vote for you in a keenly contested, election. So you deal with me. I'm also an aspirant like you. So you want.
So you're saying that the delegates are being bought?
They are being bought, but not directly. You understand? You deal with the leaders of the party. Let me give you an illustration. This is an illustration. A governor is the leader of the delegation. This governor may or may not be an aspirant. If it's an aspirant, it's clearer. So he's not a front line. He cannot win. He knows he cannot win. But the front line aspirant needs that state delegate to be sure of victory. So what he will be trading is with that leader to say, get your people to vote for me. And you say, okay, how much are you ready to offer? I've paid for form, and these people have also been the one taking care of them. And then you start negotiation. When you are done with the negotiation, the leader of that negotiation, the leader of the delegation will be the one to now go and meet the delegates and say, this is the person we are voting for. So that is not to say and then what I'm saying is that this corruption is deep-rooted. Even if the party is paying for the delegates to come to Abuja or wherever they are having their elective convention, it still does not remove the fact that people will be induced. Rather, what we should advocate is that there is a direct primary option. Why are they not taking that direct primary option? Because let's assume that... Because
the option for indirect is there. So
the option for indirect is there, but we know
always go for the easy way
from time immemorial, we have known that indirect primary has always been prone to corruption. You need to read Segun Adeniyi's piece this week about what happened in 1992 in Jos. How Abiola spent like money was out of circulation to get the nomination of SDP. You get? And he also cited the role played by late Adedibu of Oyo State, who collected money. He's the dealer. He was the leader of the Oyo State delegation. So Adedibu collected from other aspirants and said to the Oyo State delegate, we are not going to collect money from Abiola because he's our son. He's one of us. But I've collected from other people.
Okay, Mr.
Take this, but let me land on this thought. Let me land on this thought. When Abiola now won, did you know Adedibu went back to Abiola and requested, that money you were to offer me, now let me have it. I've done my work. We have delivered victory to you. So this is a trade-off. It's us trading. And that's what you see between now and when the election will start.
All right, so how best can we deal with this? Clearly, this is dangerous for our democracy. clearly it is compromising a whole lot, right? We are jettisoning, merit and people who are capable for people who have money but do not really have the interest of the people at heart. So how best can we curtail this monetization? I mean, we are not just going to accept it and say, oh, well, this is the reality of things. Let's just play along.
Look, it all begins with the kind of country we live in, the economy, poverty. You can't do this in a place like the UK or the US. Yes, there's money, but you don't give money to voters, people who are registered to vote. If anything, they're the ones who donate money to support.
Yes, through crowdsourcing,
crowdfunding. So, if you get the basics correct, if you have an economy that is working for everybody, where any voter you want to even talk to, probably you have to go to their offices, to where they are trading, to convince them to vote, then we'll be having a different conversation. But people are living on less than one. How much is the dollar today now? Over maybe 6.10? People are living on less than $1 every day. When you go to meet them,
is that enough justification? Is that enough?
Look, stomach first, stomach infrastructure
to justify some of these things.
My brother,
I mean, if we do not deal with this,
yes,
we may never get to where we'll say Nigeria's economy will be better, because we'll always have the leaders who do not have interest of the people. So the country may never be better to that point where you say, okay, people can now actually, vote for their conscience.
Look, if you, like I said earlier, if you don't solve the problem with the economy, we'll keep on talking about.
But solving the economy depends on this as well, isn't it? It depends on the recruitment process of our politics.
Yeah, you see, there's no shortcut to it, and Segun is just being very realistic and frank. We have a long way to go. I have been involved in voter education, voter sensitization, and all of that. And when you tell people don't collect, they say, okay, these people, we don't get to see them until 4 years. You possibly know at the beginning of this preparation, people started joking on social media that they started returning calls or they started picking calls. These are the same people 4 years ago who will not pick your call once they get elected. So people felt it's an opportunity for them to have something. And there's this notion that it's our money.
Yes.
Whether it's stolen or worked for, is our entitlement. So we'll collect it. That people have already made up their mind. I will not collect. But that is me. Because I'm not only enlightened, I know the implication. And God has done me well. At least I can afford, even if it's not a decent meal, but I can afford akama and beans cake. But what about those people, majority of whom do not have what to eat, do not have home, do not have tomorrow, no hope? And these are the people you have in majority. So the reality that dawns us on the face is that in as far as there is supply, there will be demand. In as far as you have people, do you know that people lobby to even be delegates?
Yeah.
And they possibly pay their way to become delegates.
And then they make returns.
So if you have to pay to be a delegate, then means that you are also trading with that position. And that is why a lot of people were deflated, were disappointed in 2018 precisely, when APC put its nomination form at 45 million and only Buhari picked the nomination. Because there was nothing to trade. Yeah. You have no choice but to go for Buhari. But
now.
And then they also did direct primary in 2018. Yes. APC did direct primary. But I think that it's an indirect primary. Look at news reports about what happened in Lagos in 2014 and what happened in Abuja in 2018. You will see that because one is indirect, which was 2014, 5 aspirants, Kwakwaso, Bukola Saraki, Atiku, I think Amechi, or one other person, and Buhari. 5 of them contesting. It's a dollarization. But because in 2018, the party decided to use direct primary, so people voted at their different states, and the compilation was just done and announced. So it was a coronation we had in Abuja in 2018. Right. Why, the question, Ayuba, we should be asking is, why is it that the parties are shying away from doing direct primary? Why don't they want to do direct primary? If that option is there, and now INEC, by virtue of Section 77, sub 3, is asking all registered parties to forward their membership register to it, at least 30 days to their primaries. Yeah. If your issue before now is that you don't have membership register, now you have to submit a register to INEC. That same register is what you should use to do in direct primary. And the direct primary is to take place at the ward level. Okay. And you can even prune down the number of people that will vote by saying only those who are financial member should come and vote. That way, you even generate money to the coffers of the party.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much. Now, we will be taking a short break, and then when we come back, we'll continue with our discussion on the program. We'll still have Jide Ojo and also Segun Ojumu here in the studio to talk to us about some of the recent happenings. Please stay with us.
Daily, we bring you updates around politics.
People like you who are very young, you have no future. Anybody now who is 30 years, if what is happening to them continues, by the time you are 60, you will have no country.
The DPO of a particular unit does not have to wait until the commissioner tells him what to do within his jurisdiction.
We have political parties on the ground. Some of them have been there for years. But they themselves, in their own sober moments, they know that this country is not the one they're expecting to run.
Policy and governance.
Are you saying the NBS is lying?
I'm saying to you very clearly that the NBS has a serious problem with accurate data till today.
The 5th Assembly, as well as the 7th Assembly, their own attempts were unproductive.
Emergence of the Taliban has simply emboldened terror groups globally.
There is a lot of attention with regards to security developments in Nigeria.
On Daily Politics, we interrogate issues, holding the actors to account, bearing in mind all the sides.
We heard that in some places now, people have to go and pay tax, not to the local government, not to the state, but to criminals.
Nobody can come to your house and kidnap you without information.
If this country is bleeding, it is bleeding because we have failed to educate our young.
Welcome back. You are watching the special coverage on the PDP presidential primaries right now in the capital city of Abuja. They're happening at the Moshood Abiola Stadium here. And we have in the studio Jide Ojo, Public Affairs Analyst, and Segun Ojumu, Chairman, INEC Press Corps, talking to us about what's happening right now and how best we can get our democratic process better. Now, what are the expectations from these processes? I mean, we have quite a number of these delegates, about 14 of them now.
Aspirants,
rather. They are quite coming with huge CVs. You know, most of them have been in this whole democratic process. Someone said the other day that Atiku has been contesting for president since 1992.
Yes, yes, yes.
So when you have someone like that in a race with someone who perhaps is just the first time of, contesting for this same seat, what are your expectations from this?
My expectation is that it's going to be a robust contest. And the good thing is they are all on a level playing field. It's not like they are running against a sitting president. Just imagine in 2019, as it happened in 2015, Jonathan is a sitting president seeking re-election. Now you, as other maybe a governor wanted to contest against a sitting president, it's an Herculean task because of state resources. But here, everyone is according to your pocket, so whatever you are. And they have very good aspirants. Saraki does not come better than that. He's been a governor, two-time governor of his state. He's been a president of the Senate. That is, he has both executive and legislative experience. You see someone like Pius Hayim, apart from being a lawyer, he's also a former president of the Senate and a former secretary to the federal government. That also counts for something. Then you look at someone like Ayodele Fayoshi, even though he's a dark horse in this whole race, but he's a two-time governor of Ekiti State. Then who else is there? Tambuwal is a sitting governor and also former Speaker House of Reps, two-time governor of Sokoto State, and all of them.
And you also have Bala Mohammed, who himself have been, the FCT minister.
Yeah, in fact, what I call him in my column this week is a GSM. It's one of the few GSMs we have. Incidentally, I was in Bauchi State until Wednesday when I came back. So, he's been a governor. He's a governor. He's been a minister. He's been a senator. So, GSM. There are not many. They are very harmful. But I think those ones, they're just making the number. Most likely, even Tambuwal. If I can look at their flip side, the race is for Atiku to lose. Not because he's been there long before others, but he has deep pockets. It's a billionaire.
Again, that brings us back to the whole issue of the monetization. I mean, you mentioned that some of these aspirants have, very good CVs when you look at them. They do. But for some reason, some even back out. Some even, we saw Ayatudin from the race, basically just because of the issue of monetization.
Obscene monetization.
So should we overlook the merits that some of the aspirants are coming on board with, for
there's only one seat.
Deep pockets?
Okay, this is it. Sorry, sir.
No, just go ahead.
Now, you have the likes of Hayatuddin, who has been in the private sector, who has made his money through all of this, what he does. If you made your money, legitimately through consultancy and all of that, maybe you're even a billionaire like Peter Obi is, and you have a heart of service to the people, then you come into politics. It's very unlikely that you will want to part with your hard-earned money just because you want to go and serve the people. It should be the other way around. So when they get into the, yeah, you can be all outside idealistic, oh, we're going to do this, we're going to change the economy, we're going to make the economy like China's, we're going to do this. But when you now get to the field and you see what others are spending, the question you ask yourself is it really worth it? Do I have to spend virtually all my resources to get to this position? When I get there, how am I going to make this money back? Am I going to dip my hands into the public till to take something for myself, and then I become like the people that I'm campaigning against? These are some of the questions that those guys are asking themselves. That's why some will either back up from the race or leave the party, and then let those who are willing to do what
spend that much.
Yeah, to go ahead.
Well, either way, it spells doom for our democracy. I think
I don't
we
think
have to agree on that.
We should not be pessimistic. It's a passing phase. In US that we cite as very good example today, they have it worse. Don't forget over 200 years of electoral democracy in US. And when you read history of US elections, all this rigging, if there is nothing like rigging, there won't be a word for it. Take it from me. They've had worse elections in their over 250 years of electoral democracy. 1888, is it 1884, 1774, when they got their independence from UK. They've gone through wars. And it's a passing phase.
Yeah,
wait.
But Mr. Jide, in our case, it looks like a hopeless situation. It doesn't look like things are going to get any better. You talked about the APC nomination form, for instance, back in 2019, 45 million naira.
Yeah.
This time,
in 2014, it was 27.5.
Exactly. So this time we're having it at 100 million naira.
Yeah.
Only God knows what is going to happen in the next election. How many million?
Don't be scared.
So the monetization doesn't look like the amount is coming down.
No, it won't come down because of you.
Exactly.
But
What about the ideals? What about the things that Nigeria should focus more on? What is more important
and I'm telling you, what Shegun said earlier, you discountenance it. But it's something very, very instructive. See, if you don't grow the economy and take people out of poverty, and people have to live on or even demand peanuts like 5,000 naira from you to vote for you, it tells you how endemic poverty is.
But Mr. Jide, how do you grow the economy with people who feel that being in political office is their chance to take or to steal as much as they can?
It's the checks and balances that needs to be activated. There are checks and balances. When people say, one thing we miss when we do calculations and permutations, people are looking at, why should somebody who will hand less than 100 million in 4 years as president invest billions? You will invest billions because the system, even without you stealing, the system has made you a billionaire. If you can raise that money to become president, let me shock you. This is it for me. People miss it when they just do this calculation. No one in elective office spends their salary. Extra codes, security vote. Let me pause on security vote. You had in the course of the week, Okorocha was picked up over 2.9 billion fraud. And Okorocha, way back in February, when he was initially quizzed, he addressed press and said, look, it's laughable that you said I stole 2.9 billion. Only. He said, look, as a governor of Imo State, is entitled to 1 billion naira annually as security vote. This 1 billion naira, it does not have to account for it. Yeah, and it's up for 8 years, it didn't take. That is his word.
If I get your point, what you mean, people are willing to spend.
Because once you assume that office, you get compensated.
Okay,
and that is, I'm talking of legit. No, wait, I'm talking of legit. The illegitimate resources you have, influence peddling.
Yeah.
See, I know a minister, just a minister, he is not a minister of works. They will just ask you, give us a land, and they will build for you. Any design that you bring.
So how can
there
we
are
make...
people who the influence your office that seat you are occupying is worth billion, because your signature, there are signatures of a minister can make somebody a billionaire.
And,
you know that.
And the last time I checked, the same we as Nigerians complain about cost of running governance,
yes.
which is, draining the state resources, yes. and all of that. So, who is now responsible for reducing the cost of governance, for making sure that, the system is not so attractive to people, okay. so that, we are able to get people who genuinely, from their hearts, are actually coming with the mind to come and serve the people?
I've had this conversation lots of times, and I've come to the inescapable conclusion that they say everything rises and falls on leadership. Mm. I guess we need a new breed, a new generation that will de-emphasize the money in politics. When you're going into political office, you're running for office, you get there, you are not going to be earning, for example, a fantastic salary. Why not even make it that a president will be earning something just a little bit above what a permanent secretary earns? It's about service, right? Mm-hmm. So why don't you cut what a president is entitled to? Yes, you have your Esther codes, and make it in such a way that if he's traveling, a director somewhere, a permanent secretary somewhere will be getting the same amount of Esther codes that the president is getting. If people see that what they'll be getting from political office is, well, I can even make more than that in business, what's the point? But because when you get there, like you said, influence peddling is huge. Just your signature, like you said, somebody is a billionaire. But if we reduce that, but first, you need the lawmakers to
the
buy.
The recruitment process.
Yes, you need lawmakers to buy into that.
Because I'm leaving shortly. Let me give you an illustration. This is why people are disappointed in Baba Buhari. Yeah. If he's watching, let him say. I'm saying it to you. The need to restructure. The way you say restructuring, it's not just about losing power to north and south. It's about this kind of restructuring of the cost of governance. In US, I heard this from Obama's wife, Mitchell. He said, if you come to visit us, beyond us as the first family, a visitor to US president, the first family will have to pay for his meal. Mm. There's no largesse. Here we vote billions
for state house.
For entertainment. Yeah. We vote billions for what they call welfare, and the National Assembly will approve that. Yeah. Welfare. What is welfare? Welfare is anything. So you are the governor of Bauchi State. I comes to visit. My Oga. How has it been? Sorry, this is for your cola. You are giving me $1 million. And that's how people will troop to you every day, and you'll be settling there from that suburb welfare. And this money you don't retire. There's not an impress to. No. There is a budget suburb, entertainment. There is welfare. There all manner of things that should not be in our budget are there, padded, and the National Assembly and the President signs it off. How will people not be corrupt? So when you have a highly, even the National Assembly, if you put them in a Ministry of Sport or Committee on Sport, they will say, no, that is not a juicy position. Yeah. They want to be in appropriation. They want to be in NNPC, the one that oversees NCC, the one that, because these are avenue for them to recoup their political investment. But the system knows about this. But what are the safeguards the system has put in place? We are talking of Deseni's and Alice Maduke's billions that she allegedly stole. Have we built a bulwark against future occurrence to be sure that nobody occupying that post will be able to take advantage of the system?
Exactly.
The same thing with the Attorney General and Minister of Justice. What is his pay, even as a senior advocate? How can he, where did he raise the money to buy those vehicles, exotic cars, that he gave out?
So how do we make these changes? Is it by legislations or by, you know,
both legislation and administratively? That is why Buhari should have suspended the Attorney General and order his investigation. Where did you get that funds? If you say your friends gave out the resources, let EFCC or the anti-corruption agencies or private investigator go and check whether those your friends that you claim donated those things, they have the capacity and capability to make those. But situations where you blindside yourself to those kind of infractions and, you know, all manner of abuses while people are in office. You know, when we are clamoring for Emefiele to leave if he wants to run for presidency, it's because of potential abuse. How could you personalize Anchor Borrowers Program as if it's your personal fund you are using to fund it? You now said some farmers gather resources to buy you from. These are abuses that the system should, and it's administrative. So when you say you will not tolerate this and you put up checks and balances and ensure that whoever flooded, let me give you an example of what happened in Ghana. Just 30 seconds. Yeah. In Ghana, a lady was appointed a minister. And she said, life is sweet. I will make sure I enjoy just a gossip that she claims she has now attained position to wield influence. And she was dropped. Not that she has done it, just that she was already entertaining the thoughts that this position I will part way with poverty. But in our own class, we see people doing it and getting away with it. That culture of impunity is what we need to break. All right. When people know that their investment in politics is bringing them loss, nobody will want to go and spend so much billion.
Let me just chip this in very quickly.
1 minute.
I'll just give you an example. In Israel, the current prime minister, there was an allegation that the government, his family actually, was spending money that he shouldn't have been spending on entertainment of guests, even feeding his own family and all of that. It became a scandal. Eventually, he issued a statement, deny wrongdoing, and said, "Okay, look, I'm a multimillionaire. I don't even need all of this. So I'm going to be paying. Henceforth, I'm going to be paying for the feeding of my family and everything, guests, from my own pocket." And I think that drew a line under that controversy.
But that was more of a moral decision that he took on his part. But when it comes,
why can't we have that here?
Nicolas Sarkozy, was it Sarkozy or one former president of France was jailed? No, he was jailed for campaign finance fraud. Even the former mayor of Jerusalem in Israel and former prime minister was also jailed for campaign finance fraud.
Well, thank you so much.
But what has happened in our own client?
Thank you so much. We really appreciate you coming on this special coverage. We look forward to having you again.
It's a pleasure.
We'll be taking a short breather. Now, we've been speaking with Jide Ojo, Public Affairs Analyst, and also Segun Ojumu, Chairman, INEC Press Corps of the FCT, giving us thoughts about the ongoing PDP presidential primaries taking place at the Moshood Abiola Stadium. We'll be joining our team there on ground to give us live feeds of what's happening. Thereafter, we'll be back in the studio to continue with the commentary. Please stay with us.
weapon made a kill.
Just give me love for the night, give me love for the night, girl, waste no time.
Breakfast in bed on the plane. I was walking.
As our guest this afternoon, I will not forget Mr. Shegun Show.
Leaders and delegates from Obiora, Professor Obiora Okonkwo, National Delegate for Idemili. Saro, former DG, PDP Governors Forum.
All right, thank you for staying with us. You are watching special coverage on PDP presidential primaries holding here in the capital city from the Moshood Abiola Stadium. And we have in the studio Kunle Lawal, the Executive Director, the Electoral College Nigeria. He's the Executive Director, yes, there, and then he joins us to give us this perspective. Thank you for joining us on this special coverage.
Thank you very much, and it's a pleasure for me.
We also have, our own in-house analyst, Mr. Kehinde Amodu, who also joined us. But before we begin to talk about some of the issues there, let's take a look at who are the aspirants in the PDP primary election. Beginning with the first, Bukola Saraki. He is the former Senate President and former Governor of Kwara State. He is a force to reckon with in the North Central. As a matter of fact, he has been a governor, a two-term governor in Kwara State. And then we also have Aminu Tambuwal, the governor of Sokoto State. He is indeed a formidable force in the primary election. And then we also have the next set of aspirants, Ayodele Fayose, also former governor of Ekiti State in the northwestern region of the country. Some analysts believe that he has not been very forward in terms of this contest, in terms of media engagement. We also have Bala Mohammed, the current governor of Bauchi State, who was also the FCT minister. He has been salient, building bridges across the geopolitical zones. He was also the chairman of the Hajj Commission. And then we have the next set of aspirants, Ayim Pius Ayim, former President of the Senate and also former Secretary to the Government of the Federation. With Peter Obi's resignation, he is the most outstanding Southeast aspirant now that a lot of people are also considering. We also have, well, what some may consider the elephant in the room, Atiku Abubakar, former Vice President. He's been in active politics for decades, and he has been contesting the presidency since 1992. So you may not be wrong if you say it is a lifelong ambition as well for him. A lot of people consider him as one who has paid his dues in the political arena in Nigeria. We'll take a look at, other set of aspirants as well shortly after this, perspectives by my guests in the studio. Now, let's begin with you, Kunle. Are you surprised by the recent happenings in the PDP?
PDP, of course, will not be surprising. Their actions since '99 have remained the same in operations, and they don't plan to change with the way things are. So the standing in PDP, of course, is clear. Atiku, of course, if I can talk about the aspirants, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar has been part of the system from inception, and he's wanted to be president every time he has had the chance to engage in that parameter. He comes as, of course, like you said, an elephant in the room, as we've seen, but this is a little dicey, because if you look at the number of delegates from his own particular section of Nigeria, which is, of course, the Northeast, number of delegates are quite low. And you go to Saraki, who has about 109 delegates in his own North Central. For me, I think the guy that most people are not looking at and who I like to call the tiger in the room is Tambuwal. Now, Tambuwal, of course, was second in the primaries in 2019. Tambuwal is an astute politician. His calculation, of course, will be to eradicate northern delegates from the parameters, and he actually has the most set of delegates, I think, at 193 within his jurisdiction. And being the only presidential candidate from that particular end, he's quite a force. If people vote according to where they come from, then you have a serious problem. Saraki, I would always like to say, he always has something up his sleeves. I'm going to Pius. I'm coming from the Southeast. I don't think the Southeast is that united to go behind one particular candidate, especially within the PDP. I'm looking at it as this could be a little dicey on his parameters. And
are you saying that with the defection of people like Ike Ekweremadu
and Obi? No, I don't think so, and here is why. Pius Ayim has been out of active politics at least for a while. He served within an appointment, just a bit, but has been out of active politics. That is a punch in the PDP. It means he doesn't have the firepower to bring to the delegates' pockets, and it's a real curve in the actions. And the truth is, apart from that, you look at how these particular aspirants you mentioned have also played their parts in national politics. So his power in national politics has been very, very quite restricted. This is what would put someone like Fayose too in a problem. Because preceding a presidential ambition, Fayose had quite a lot to say about anybody that isn't from the Southwest. And whether you like it or not, people in politics do not forget. So all his statements, his wild kangaroo statements, he will pay for them dearly at this point. Of course, I think, I just hope to see a good game.
Yeah, right. Mr. Kende, now, what are your expectations, with this caliber of aspirants in the PDP?
Well, you said the thing. Atiku is the elephant in the room. The elephant in the room because I think he's the most prepared, unquote, politician that we have in the country today. the most prepared aspirants. And that will play out when the primaries unfold later on today.
How sure are we? Are we saying this because of the whole conversation about the deep pocket thing? Or
no, it's not
just
about,
because
it's not about the deep pocket. It's about the political system itself. Now, probably one should ask the question before you go in, how many of these aspirants are really there to contest? How many of them are there just to stand in as proxy? How many of them will stand down when the political horse trading reaches fever pitch?
So we are expecting some people to stand.
And then how many will be left standing?
Are we expecting some people to stand down today, later
Yes,
today?
because see, when you look around, when you start, they've done their initial consultations, but tonight, every aspirant will know his strength and will know when the game is up. So I don't expect that large number of 13 aspirants to go into 14. The final stretch. Yeah. Probably you will have 4. You have 4 aspirants remaining in the field. When we look at 2019, which is why I agree with Kunle here that you can't rule out Tambuwal. Tambuwal, when he came in 2019, nobody gave him the chance, and he came in second. So it depends on your negotiating power. And it's not necessarily about the money now. Yes, okay. The money will play a huge factor, because that's why the delegates are there.
All right, now before we proceed, I would like for us to take a look at the other aspirants who are also in this same race. We have Charles Ugu, who is a lawyer, real estate developer. He is a PDP chieftain in Enugu and has been working in the background. We have Sam Ohabunwa, a pharmacist. He is an experienced and loyal party member since 1999. We have the only female in this race, Tari Oba Oliver. She is a security expert as the only female aspirant. Well, you may say that she is not intimidated by the number of male aspirants in this contest. And then you also have Chikwendu Kalu, former Speaker, Abia Assembly. He will definitely have a rough time trying to pick it out of the PDP as it is now. But we will continue to see. And then not forgetting also Dele Momodu, a media entrepreneur. He is also a publisher that has been in the political arena for quite a while. So there you have it. Nyesom Wike also, the governor of Rivers State, who is, almost ending his second tenure as the governor of Rivers State. He is what many people consider as a major pillar in the PDP in terms of PDP having to weather the storm in time past when it went into conflict and all of that, and a major financier for the political party. So whichever way, I don't know, the outcome of the primary is what we are after. And now you also have Chikwendu Kalu, like we earlier told you. He is there. He, former Speaker of the Abia State Assembly. And these are some of the contestants that we are looking out for. In terms of the outcome of the primary election in the PDP, are you concerned or are you worried that it may mar the chances of the party itself in 2023 general elections, as regards when you look at the issues of delegates and the rest of them?
No, I'm not. The truth is, every political party is being set up just for the purpose of clinching on power. What's going to happen today, some kinds of decisions are going to be taken. I heard everybody's in Hilton having some kind of talks. Some people will step down. I don't see somebody that was a speaker in the Abia State House of Assembly engaging. Who are you nationally?
Oh, yeah,
this is more.
But you have people like Wike who believes he is a major financier. Right? So now, and then if at the end of the day it doesn't go the way of Wike, for instance, are you expecting that he's just going to sit and then just say, oh, okay, well, I accept whatever it is.
I'll be honest, if you want to grow in politics, you have to understand one critical factor. Politics is not emotional. So even if Wike does not clinch the ticket, and I look at him as the black joker in the room, if Wike doesn't clinch the ticket, a position will be made specially for him if PDP clinches the presidency. And that's how politics works. It's not about who clinches the ticket. Politics is strictly about interests. Sometimes these interests are positional. You'll be surprised that from the onset, all Wike is trying to do is ensure himself in the next government. And that's how simple politics can be. It's never really about who becomes the presidential ticket, who has the presidential ticket. Well, whoever has the presidential ticket must bring all the others to the table and present something. Like the woman running, probably they'll promise her Minister of Women Affairs. Stand down, I'll give you Minister of Women Affairs. The Abia State Speaker say, okay, we'll make you something. NDDC chairman, Minister, gone. He comes to your angle. You call in Dele Momodu.
So what you're saying is that it seems to suggest that some people even go into the contest knowing that they do not even stand a chance of winning the election.
Precisely, that's why I said earlier that how many are serious contenders and how many are there by proxy.
I'm worried about whether or not we can actually determine who is a serious contender.
No. If you are honest with yourself.
Even the aspirants themselves are honest enough with themselves. So I'm surprised it's people that are giving them a little high profile.
Yeah, if you are honest.
I can tell you someone like Dele Momodu is just trying to get his hand into national politics.
That's it.
That's all. He knows. He can't. This delegate. Nobody knows Dele Momodu outside Lagos. Let's be honest. This is no slight to him, but this is the truth of what politics actually is. Sokoto, do they read Ovation? What is that? It's not going to happen. He knows, but he has to negotiate. And this is how negotiations in power happen. And then you say, okay, is NCC there for me to head? They'll say, is the NCC you want? Okay, we win presidency, join us. NCC is there for you to head. Done.
So, but again, in the process of doing that, I'm concerned about what's there for Nigerians as a whole. Because, yeah, we have all of these calculations going on, we have all of these negotiations going on between politicians. But at the end of the day, do the people stand to gain?
Well, the people...
I mean, generality of Nigerians.
But this is the way politics is played all around the world. The politicians are the first face. They are the ones that negotiate the political positions. They are the ones that say, I represent this community, I represent this pressure group, I represent this set of people. And if they are recognized, I'm a crowd puller, I'm a crowd financer, I'm a campaign, anywhere around the world, even President Obama did his own part of campaign.
Except that in our own part of the world, because of the monetization of the whole process, don't you think that there's something to be worried about there?
I think Nigerians really need to correct this thing. To run for president in any country is expensive. That's a fact. Conversation.
That's a fact.
But
when you look at what happens with the selection process...
You didn't allow me finish.
Okay, go ahead.
I'll ask you a question. Nigerians complain about the selection process. So I'll ask you the relevant question. How many Nigerians are part of a political party? How many Nigerians participate enough to become delegates? None of us do that. And we're yet complaining what the delegates do. If you're really concerned with what delegates do, then you gather your friends, form a critical mass, join any party, become delegates within that party, and then dictate what kind of candidates come out. You don't sit at the back and start complaining about delegates as if they're special people that jumped from Mars.
Right now, they look very special.
Yeah, because
if you look at the influence of party leaders across the subnationals, for instance, governors most times end up being the ones, bringing out the delegate list. They get to decide who becomes a delegate and who is not.
Let me say something. There are these kind of conversations non-politicians have. So I've risen to becoming a national publicity secretary of a political party, and I did that before I was 35. And I'll tell you how that happened. They have a ward meeting here, I'm part of it. They have this here. They call me in one state. They want to do something small. I'll be like, okay, take this for decoration, take this for this. That's how I became. Everybody was screaming, a 34-year-old boy, national publicity secretary. They didn't know the work I had put in. And you've put in those works. There's no how you be part of a party and you show commitment that you will not rise to the top. It's that simple. But do you know what happens? Nigeria is so bad at looking at that point, or Nigerians generally are so bad at looking at that point, that we do not want to participate. But when delegates start dictating how we vote, we complain. It's not a problem. You have a 4-year plan. You know that in Nigeria, everybody forgets about politics, or even intending to run for the next election till 1 year till the next election. People plan from... Tico has been planning for God knows how many years. You want to beat him.
And he's still in the race, and he's still planning.
So how can we get more Nigerians involved? Because there seems to be a lack of confidence and trust in the process as it is right now. So how can we, get more Nigerians involved?
It's the Nigerians that will change the process. It's the Nigerians that will go in and say, look at when Not Too Young to Run came in, although it's not working as good as we thought it would. But the Not Too Young to Run movement forced a concession from government. Even though they did it to look good, it did force a concession from government. There were laws changed, there were legislations changed to accommodate that group of people. And ages were reduced so that young people could go and compete in national politics. That happened because a group of youths got together and decided to influence that process. Now, when more people get involved in politics, we have less of these conversations, less of these arguments about monetization. Because when you get in and a politician offers you money and maybe you are there, you should be able to also influence your group and say, oh, we won't go for money and all. I've seen a situation in which the Imo elections, governorship elections in 2011, which brought Rocha Sokorocha in, right? Yeah. Where the governor spent a lot of money. The incumbent spent a lot of money. The person that won the election didn't spend 1/4 of what the governor spent. But it reached a position in which the people said, okay, we're tired of this man, let's make a change. And they made the change. Now, whether they were happy with they were finally vindicated by their change is another story altogether. But that incumbent was changed because the people had a perception, wrong or right, that he was not the one for them.
I'd like to add something here. You said the people don't trust the process. And most young people, people feel they can't get into politics. I'll ask you a relevant question. In 24 hours, Davido raised 240 million naira. That shows the potential. And yet, this same generation cannot install a president. Come on. Come on.
I mean, it's part of the conversation that is ongoing right now. Because right now, if you go on Twitter, if elections were to be won on Twitter, you may not be wrong to say somebody like Peter Obi is definitely going to emerge the president of Nigeria in 2023. But some said, well, elections are not on Twitter. They are.
Do you know what is missing?
So how can we translate the same energy?
Do you know what's missing?
From such platforms to real time?
It's very simple. We don't yet love our country. It's that simple. And let me explain. If you can dedicate that much in 24 hours to Davido, imagine if you loved your country and decided to sponsor a Peter Obi, let's say a candidate that we all love on social media, and give him that amount for 240 million every day for 30 days. Who do you think will be able to stand him? Even the Nigerian government doesn't have that kind of funds to throw away. That's the truth. So the choices that we've made are what exactly have we taken?
But right now we do not have an opening for independent candidates.
It doesn't.
We do not have. So if you are to go by political party arrangements,
let me give you an example.
Right now, do you think that somebody like Peter Obi would? I mean, he left the PDP.
Stop saying this. I've emerged from a party and I've run for. Stop saying this. There are 18 political parties. You want to tell me that if every Nigerian was donating to something, you will not be committed to join that party and ensure he wins the primaries? Why? That's how things work. That's how systems work. You admire America. You want. Oh, the only thing that happens is that America has a multitude in this party, and if they are all in this party and they say it's this guy, the guy wins, and that means he automatically has this number of votes. And how many people vote?
But they are also the independents. They are the independent, not even the independents, the lesser parties, the Green Party. All those parties you don't hear about, that form their own set of people, and are asked to come. We need you to come and support us here, and their people join, whether it is the Republican, whether
Marky, the US has over 100 political parties.
They join.
All right, now let's talk about the decision of INEC to postpone this primary election by, maybe 1 week, if you may. The implication of this for, the major players. The PDP have expressed, its, dissatisfaction with this. It calls it that you cannot change the rules in the middle of the game because they feel more at a disadvantage now with this new announcement. So, is there any justification for this last-minute change?
For me, looking at the space parties, even the PDP is not ready. The PDP has a lot of conflicts that have to be resolved before June 3rd, which is...
all the conflicts will not be resolved.
Which is judicial. Okay, so
that's a fact.
So what are you trying to say? If those conflicts are not resolved by June 3rd, that's, let's say, the old date existed. If those are not, the PDP will not produce a candidate, or Zamfara will happen to them, as it happened to APC. Nobody is ready. Of the 18 political parties, none of them are ready for June 3rd. And that is the honest truth. Forget the PDP is hiding behind its convention is almost ready, which is why presidential convention is almost ready, which is why they feel they are ready. I will tell you the number of conflicts in House of Rep alone.
If you are going by conflicts, the APC had a number of conflicts before it went for its national convention.
I said nobody is ready.
So, exactly. So if it is by the conflict...
No, you didn't get him. You missed what I said.
You didn't get him.
I said everybody is not ready. You were justifying for the PDP, and I was explaining why the PDP also is not ready.
And
I said everybody. I didn't say APC.
Don't forget that the political parties negotiated this.
It wasn't
APC.
Everybody negotiated it, including.
It was an IPAC that went and said. They didn't even say give us 6 days. How many months? They said
30 days.
They said give
us 30 days.
30 days.
32 this thing, but they gave them 7.
But they gave them 6. So
6, sorry.
So are you saying that INEC was not fair enough to look at things that could serve as dislocations in the whole system, and then extend for 6 days? That's the way I see it. And mind you, what INEC said was that okay, these 6 days that we have given you will not substantially change the electoral timetable. That is why we are giving you 6 days.
All right. Well, quite a number of issues to chew right now on the show. We will be taking a short breather, and then when we come back, we'll continue with our deliberations and also possibly join our team right there at the Moshood Abiola Stadium, where the PDP presidential primary elections is holding. Please stay with us.
Bauchi State. Remember, Boni Haruna, former governor of Adamawa State and former minister, Youth Development, Nigeria. You're welcome, sir. Let me also recognize the presence of former Senator, distinguished Senator Dino Milaye, Governor of Koibom State, Udom Imam. Of course, you have sisters in Gombe State. We'd like to warmly appreciate your presence. Thank you for candidate of the PDP from your state that is here. Welcome. We recognize Senator to perform. If they are up,
All right, well, there you have it. Live events happening there at the Moshood Abiola Stadium, where the PDP presidential primary is holding. From what we are seeing, the arrival of one of the presidential aspirants under the platform of the PDP, the governor of Rivers State, Nyesom Wike, and from what we have also heard, the governor of Bauchi State, Bala Mohammed, who is also one of the aspirants, is there at the stadium. We also have Sheyi Makinde, who is also at the venue of the primaries right now. So it appears that it's just getting ready to start all the whole. And accreditation of also delegates has since commenced as well. So you may say that it has all begun, the fireworks has begun. But whether or not some people will be willing to step aside for some, you know, the whole conversation about consensus, whether that is practical in this sense, is something that is still unclear. What do you think about?
You know, for me, when people mention consensus, and this is even in any of the parties, we seem to forget that there are only two things you can count on in this world. One of them is the ego of politicians. The second is women. I will be make up, no offense to women. But those are two things you can count on. I think with the ego of Wike, with the entitlement of Atiku Abubakar, with the sly actions of Bukola Saraki, and then with the calm snake approach by Tambuwal, and nobody's consensus in anything. It's not consensus in anywhere. You're going to have people that are ready to go all out, all against each other. It's going to be a race. I don't think there's any position you can offer those men, apart from president, that will satisfy them. So they rather lose in an open primaries.
Like I said, it's going to go down to the top 4 or 5, but nothing like consensus in this whole scenario. They will take the bitter medicine and fight to the bitter end, and then maybe later this evening or early tomorrow morning, we'll know who has emerged. That is where the real fireworks should begin. This is not the fireworks.
But the strength of the PDP in the overall, in the final election, that's the general election in 2023, is something to consider in all of this, in deciding who gets to, you know, be the flag bearer of the party at the end of the day. So from the list of people that we have now, where do you think that the PDP should be pitching its tent right now?
Okay, if I say this, it's going to sound like I'm supporting any of the aspirants. So I'll make it clear I'm not supporting any. I'm not a member of the PDP, and I'm non-aligned fully. I'm not partisan. I think if you wanted to bridge the north and south without actually looking like you're zoning, you probably give it to someone like Saraki, who has the political clout. He comes from a state that's considered Western and Northern at the same time.
Does he actually have a political clout? Then let's not forget he lost the election in 2019. So how do you really count on someone like that?
When you talk about political clout, it all comes down to the negotiations at the final analysis. When the winner emerges, will they be willing to unite behind him and push him? Believe you me, if they do come behind him.
Okay, you're talking about other aspirants and other members of the party
because now,
coming together under one person.
Yes, because now we're looking at it. If a Wike gets it, Atiku is not going to stand behind him. Saraki looks like the more probable person, peaceful person that everybody else will say, okay, let's listen to him. Atiku gets, and if Atiku gets it, Wike is not going to stand behind him. It's a free for fall. Tambuwal will neither do the same. So you have to, the only person that looks like he can balance the boat a little bit will be Saraki playing in that perspective. I think Atiku Abubakar, too, you cannot ignore, because when you look at it in the big long run, if PDP is going to strategically calculate that if a Tinubu emerges from the APC, then it will mean that Saraki will be too small to go against him. So looking at that parameter, you rather have an Atiku going against a Tinubu.
But I think the way things are pitched now, everything is pitched towards Atiku emerging. And I'm not supporting anybody. But if you see the body language, the jettisoning of the so-called.
So in this instance, all the constitution of the PDP about zoning, about all of those kind of arrangements seem to now have been jettisoned. No one is really talking about, the Southeast agitation or the Southern.
You pick a champion, don't you?
Yes, and all of that. No one is talking about.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. You're a football fan, right? You probably watch, not exactly, but if you watch football, you pick a team. Everybody has to pick a side.
You pick a champion.
But he picks a side, and that's politics.
That is what this election is about.
You pick a champion.
You pick a champion, and you go with the champion. It's like gladiators, for everyone's sake. You pick a champion, and you go with your champion. And that is what is going to, everything is going to end up in. I would have preferred that APC put us out of our misery and pick their own champion too, so that we'll know who is going head to head.
All right, now do you see the kind of defection that we saw in 2015 happening again this season?
If it goes to the wrong person.
At the end of the primary elections.
That's very simple to tell. If it goes to the wrong person, that's going to happen. And that's what APC and PDP have to guard against. Because if they give the wrong person that cannot consolidate and instead starts mouthing, you can just imagine if Wike wins these primaries. I think all TV stations will be shut down next tomorrow because he'll go all out.
Oh, he'll go ballistic.
No, so you need to have someone who can consolidate the party. And even with the APC, if they decide not to give the Emperor of Lagos, it means that, I don't want to call him, so I'm using, if they give the Emperor, if they decide not to give the Emperor of Lagos, you have to give someone that the Emperor of Lagos won't be hurt standing behind.
And as it appears now, it doesn't look like there's any such person in the APC, isn't it? That's why some people say, well, for the APC, either way, there's going to be an implosion in the party, because I do not, well, from what we are seeing,
let's remember that the APC was set up to do only one thing: remove Goodluck Jonathan from power. They've done that. There's no use for the association again. That's why there are so many implosions left, right, and center. Yeah. There's no use because everybody had one target, and they've done it. So now, okay, some people have had a little largesse from doing it. But now it's back to the game, okay, and with the incumbent president out of the picture, because of course he can't run for office again, out of the picture, it's time to go to war. That was the only thing that united all of them. That was the common denominator. Once it's out of it, if you notice, all the wars that have gone on within the APC have always been the CPC faction, the ACN faction, all at each other. Meaning they were never in agreement. All they wanted to do was remove one person, and they've done that now. So it's time for the implosions to start. And it's going to go up to the Prime Minister.
All right. Well, some of the party members of the PDP are arriving at the venue of the PDP presidential primaries. Bigwigs actually talking about governors. Ifeanyi Okowa is currently at the venue of the PDP primaries, and also we've heard that the governor of Abia State, Ikezie Ikpeazu, he's also there at the venue. So we will be taking a short breather now, and then when we come back, we'll continue with our discussion here. Please stay with us. All right, thank you for staying. You're watching the special coverage on the PDP presidential primaries holding at the Moshood Abiola Stadium here in the capital city in Abuja. From what we know so far, the governor of Rivers State, Nyesom Wike, has arrived at the venue. Governor of Bauchi State, Bala Mohammed, has also arrived at the venue, both presidential hopefuls on the platform of the PDP. Ifeanyi Okowa has also arrived at the venue of the primaries. The governor of Abia State has arrived, as well as Sheyi Makinde, who are all bigwigs of the People's Democratic Party. We have in the studio, joining the team, or I would say the panel, Mark Hamaza, member not too young to run a strategic committee. He joins us also to give his own thoughts. We've been discussing with Kunle Lawal, Executive Director, the Electoral College, Nigeria, and also our own in-house analyst, Mr. Kende Amodu. Now, let's go to Mark. You are joining the team now. Let's have your own thoughts about the recent happenings in the PDP as this primary election is holding. INEC has shifted the date for the primaries. Some aspirants under the platform of the PDP, such as Peter Obi, who many consider as one of the major contender in this election, decamped from the PDP. So some consider this, a loss indeed for the PDP. What are your thoughts about some of the, recent happenings? Some consider as surprising.
All right. I think for me, it is kind of personally disappointing that he had to leave, that Peter Obi had to leave the PDP, because it would have made for a more interesting primaries to see how all the people, all the 15, or previously 15, now 14 aspirants battle it out for the votes of delegates. But then, as they say in politics, 24 hours can be a very, very long period. So in the brief period time that things are happening at a very fast pace, and he may have looked at the field and saw things were not going to be favorable towards him, and then decided to jump camp. But at the same time, his reasons for not just withdrawing from the race, but resigning his membership of the party and decamping should also cause introspection for the party in terms of how do you build a party where all members genuinely feel that it's a level playing ground that they can run. And this is something that Nigerian political parties have struggled with, that lack of internal party democracy. And it has real impact on wider democracy. A lot of the challenge we have with litigation around elections stem from pre-election issues, especially around candidate selection. And this is not just exclusive to the PDP. It cuts across, especially major parties. We keep seeing this again and again, that failure to really entrench democratic principles in the way that they conduct their affairs. It's not just about having people come and line up and vote or cast their votes for aspirants and then to become candidates. There's a need to create that environment that all members with ambitions can feel that they do not have, the field is not tilted against them.
All right, well, we have quite a number of aspirants under the platform of the PDP who are also vying for this same seat, but not many people have heard a lot about them. We hear about Charles Ugu, we hear about Sam Ohabunwa, we hear about Tari Oba Oliver, Chikwendu Kalu. These are some of the aspirants, but not much, have been heard about some of these people. So do you expect that perhaps maybe at the tail end, maybe there will be some kind of withdrawal from the race?
Well, yeah, I do. For a lot of times, a lot of people run for certain offices, and not just for the presidency, but for almost every office as a way of, as a negotiating tactic, as a way to extract concessions from key aspirants, front runners for whom they will withdraw or step down. But at the same time, it can also be troubling in my view, because it also says a lot about our patronage politics in Nigeria. And this is something that, if we're going to be honest, has happened right from the return to democracy in '99, where aspirants run, even they know they don't have any real electoral chances, but they know that the eventual winner will give them some sort of compensation, whether it's in terms of appointments, whether in terms of contracts and so on and so forth. While this may not be, and it's not illegitimate, it speaks a lot to the motivations for which people end up running for political office. And I believe if you're going to present yourself to run for political office, it should be because you genuinely feel that you have a shot at the job at winning, and that you have something to bring to the table if you win.
All right, live feeds reaching us is showing that one of the major presidential hopefuls in this primary election is Atiku Abubakar, who is now arriving at the venue of that election. So, Lawal, now that we are seeing all the big names arriving at the venue of that primary election, it appears that the postulations or speculations with which you were making earlier may not be so at the end of the day.
No, I just gave an option that could happen. But like I said, I mentioned, the egos of four will not allow any consensus being put forward. I see people still stepping down today. It's possible. I'm even 60 or 70% sure that at least 4 or 5 aspirants will step down at this point, because you have to understand the elephants in the room. You can even see from, entry of the aspirants how, this thing is already swinging. So even if you walk into and you're an aspirant and you're here for this election and you walk into the stadium and then you notice nobody's really following you, you have read the line, you just decide, okay, you know what, I'll announce my step down, and it's negotiation.
But we've also have, some speculations that, look, some of the aspirants that we even see coming to vie for offices, they actually know that they are not in to actually win elections. Some have said they are just there, put in there by some of the contenders also, or contestants in the same election, maybe for some holding of spots and all of that.
I'll tell you something.
Is that correct?
I'll tell you something about 2019. So let's go to the primaries in Port Harcourt. And this was exceptionally brilliant. So you had 2 aspirants. You had Saraki and CP7 Senate President at the time, and Atiku Abubakar. The person that it was up to 2, Tambua and Saraki. Now, something brilliant happened. Why do you think the primaries was taken to Port Harcourt in the first place? You think it was made to look like it was Wike's power beginning to rise in the power. But no, it was so that Tambua wouldn't win in northern Nigeria. That first move. Second was cut down the amount of dollars in show in Port Harcourt at the time, setting Tambua on a drive. And then Saraki as a candidate. So where does it happen? And if you remember then, if you knew the office in Wuse 2, Atiku's campaign office was side by side with Saraki's office. Which 2 aspirants going against each other do that in the world? So do you understand? Yeah. Saraki was the knockoff, to knock off the free Tambuwal delegates that might have not have accepted Atiku, thereby cutting Tambuwal's votes and eventually turning out for Tambuwal second, and Saraki, of course, going on to become DG of Atiku's campaign, which shows you that it was just strategy. So you would expect to see such things happening today.
But I'm just wondering whether this is good or not for our democracy, when you have some of these things.
It is politics.
It's political strategy.
We say it's politics, but at the end of the day, how does it
happens everywhere
impact
in the world.
on the society?
It happens everywhere
and our democratic process.
It happens.
No, we always say that our democratic process is nascent. These are things that happen down the years in other democracies. They definitely will happen in a democracy where 1 or 2 politicians, they don't even have to be politicians, 1 or 2 Nigerians are involved. There has to be negotiation. And that is what normally happens. I think, we're talking about PDP, it's a bit clearer. There are some people, and I want to see how interesting the APC primaries will be. That's next week, 6th and 7th. Because I believe that there are some persons that picked the 100 million naira nomination forms that were sponsored by some of the major groups, just to reach a point in which, when it comes to consensus, they'll have a bigger negotiation, a stronger negotiating power than others. For instance, if you say, 1, 2, 3 people are stepping down and they are stepping down for this candidate, then if you are going to talk about consensus, the candidate has a stronger reach or a longer reach than perhaps somebody that has only one person that stepped down for him.
All right, Mark, let me go to Mark. You know, the issue about not too young to run, when the whole, you know, bill was signed into law, a lot of young people celebrated, and a lot of people were hopeful that, okay, this is a game changer, really. But we are, you know, inching closer to where it is now not just about being young to run. You could be too young. I mean, you could not be young to run, but now it appears that you may be poor to run, not just, you know, too young. So it's more about monetization of the process now and all of that. Does that concern you? Does it worry you?
Yeah, it does. It does concern me. It does concern all of us in the movement, because it's a troubling trend, and it starts from either from the insane amounts being charged for nomination forms by parties, and to the amounts that you have to spend to even become a candidate. How much you have to spend to give. We see this all the time. How much you have to pay and give to delegates. Whether people say it's the money is the motivation or the money is the insurance of the support that you get from delegates. All in all, it is troubling. While elections world over are expensive, it doesn't mean that we shouldn't use that to exclude people, because it has become such that that money is first now qualifies you to be a candidate. So you have, for example, where a party puts 100 million naira nomination form and then says, and the chairman says, if you can't mobilize 100 million naira, you have no business running for president. That shouldn't be the first criteria. And this disproportionately affects young people, because as a young person, you're often just starting out in many things in life. You know, you haven't gone as far in your career as someone who has done 35 or 40 years working and is able to save and reap gains from investments. You are just maybe have a young family, all of those things. I mean, Kunle can speak to this as someone who has run for office at a young age. So when you now look at the odds before you, the hurdles before you as a young person, and how much you have to spend, it can be discouraging. Mm-hmm. You know.
All right, now, Kunle, let me ask, how realistic is it, you know, given the trends that we have seen, for young people to actually participate in this process? We accept the fact that elections are expensive, right? But again, we have something that is at stake here. There are people who do not have the money, but they actually are willing to serve, genuinely. So how do we strike a balance here?
You know, maybe as a former candidate, most people mention money. I don't think money is the first problem. Mm. So I'll tell you what the problems are. Number one, as a young person, you haven't built enough networks to even have access, because you have older candidates that you are probably even richer than, but they have networks that if you snap a finger, they can raise 300 million, 400 million. You can't do that because your friends are probably just struggling in life and trying to just pay 3 million for a wedding or 2 million for a house before they get married. So how are you going to call up that kind of money? The second part, which we all miss a lot, is the emotional strain on young candidates. And, you know, I say this a lot, and most people, I don't know why it's not played up. You're just getting married. You probably have a child that's, in my case, I just had a son that was about 7 months old, and I was rushing for a primary. Your son barely knows you. Your wife thinks she has married a ghost because you become a politician. And then you're never at home, and then you're caught up in that crossfire. The emotional stress on younger candidates is far higher. Meanwhile, for the older candidates, you have 20, 30-year-olds that will just call and, Daddy, you're running for office, and they're so cool, and then they just go by. Meanwhile, there's someone who is just trying to grow and cannot recognize his father. That's a total problem. And these are the kind of things you see. So for me, finance, whenever people talk about finance, I always say finance is something that can be raised. You know, I of course did well with my campaign, and I raised some money averagely, but how many young people can raise that amount of money? That is it's a problem, but there are other problems apart from the finance, which I think should be looked into, especially networks. For me, the strongest one is networks, which you do not have access to.
Well, I agree, but again, social media has done a lot, isn't it, in terms of, you know, boosting that coverage, that network that you are talking about. I think, do you think that we are maximizing? Because, I mean, we cannot, overrule or, dismiss the role that social media is playing. Let's not forget the NSAS movement, which Nigeria, I would say a lot of people have said, well, there's never been its kind, in Nigeria. So if you talk about network, how can social media be instrumental here? I'm not a politician. I'm a journalist.
Okay. I know
so there's no way I would have run for any.
Then you should let us with experience.
You should let us with experience. So let's talk about how social media can help, in terms of mobilizing.
The reality, let me just say this first. The reality is that if you don't have boots on ground, and this is a large country, if you don't have boots on ground in all the nooks and crannies, you're not ready yet.
I know about having boots on ground, but I'm giving an example with the NSAS movement, right? That started from social media, and eventually we saw how people were on the streets for days.
In how many locations?
Can I come in here? Can I come in here? So you say you're running for office. Mark will understand what I'm saying. The moment you say you're running for office, your 5,000 followers, let's say, on Facebook will start screaming, go for it, go for it, go for it. You post your account number that people should donate to it, nothing. And when I spoke about networks, when you are like 60, 70, you have friends of 40, 30 years that know who you are, know what kind of, you've even been through stuff together. They are ready, maybe you've broken an arm and a leg for them over a 20, 30-year friendship. You don't have that at age 39 or you barely have 15-year friendships. So when I say networks, everybody goes and mentions social media. Yes, it's critical, but in what we are discussing, which is the game of politics, politics thrives on personal relationships, not virtual.
But how is it that in other climes we've seen people become president even at a very young age? I mean, when Emmanuel Macron of France became president, a lot of people were like, how did this happen? But it did happen, right? So what is different about
when we pick such stories, we seem to not pick it properly. Was he not a finance minister before he became president? He was a finance minister on the cabinet before he entered. At the point you're a finance minister, the access you have to people in a country is massive. Don't tell this story halfway, because it will not be nice. And if you want to mention Trudeau of Canada, he's the former son of the former Prime Minister of Canada. When Buhari went there in 1984, he was the one who offered flowers to Buhari. So let's not go there. People don't just emerge in politics. You have to grow a structure, and that is necessary.
All right, talking about growing structure, let me bring in Mark. How do young people grow structure as young people who are interested in serving their fatherland?
I think that's a question that would be better said for Kunle and our other guests based on their experience. I was going to jump in on the question of money and social media. So it's not just a problem of that elections are expensive. It's also what do we spend the money on. That's the important thing. So when you look at elections abroad, in other places, they can tell you like, you spend a lot of money on organization, on campaign staffing, on advertising, on the logistics. Not that we don't spend money on distance here, we do, but to a large extent, a lot of money goes in from the moment that you dream that you want to run for office. Every time you're meeting people, you're dropping money for them.
That's it.
We do not yet have a culture where people can while there's people who can raise money for you, a lot of people who are also at hand to collect that money from you. So it's coming in and it's going out the other way. That is one problem. And so you're going around, you're meeting stakeholders and telling them, I intend to run for this office or that office. Money has to accompany it. Those are the issues.
So can we ever regulate the monetization of our political process in Nigeria? Because the trend right now, it's looking like by the time we are coming for the next election, we just may see people paying maybe as much as 150 million naira for nomination form, just nomination form. So should we be going towards that direction? And at what point do we say, hey, this is enough, we cannot go beyond this?
So I don't think it will be best to say you're going to make a law that will cap how parties charge for nomination forms, for instance. And some of these things are not things that will be solved by laws, but by cultural change. So for example, if, for example, we keep complaining about parties charging insane amounts for nomination forms, it's incumbent on people who are members of those parties to fight within the parties to change that. So because we have seen cases, for example, where a lot of people who have intentions to run have put off from running because they can't raise that money, whether they're young or old, but especially with young people. So it's coming on those party members to begin to make that change within. It's a change in culture. There's a law. The law has put caps on how much you can spend for elections. But again, INEC does not, in my opinion, does not have the capacity to audit campaigns and to say, oh, you have spent beyond the limit. Even though the Electoral Act has recently raised those limits, even before then, there's never no case of where INEC has brought a candidate and said this candidate has spent beyond the limit and done the necessary penalties.
All right. Well, from our visuals, we are seeing also the arrival of Abubakar Bukola Saraki, former Senate President and one of the presidential hopefuls in the PDP presidential primary, arriving at the venue that is the Moshood Abiola Stadium here in the Federal Capital Territory. He's waving and, exchanging pleasantries with delegates that have converged on the stadium from all across the country. So as they continue to coming, we'll continue to bring you updates from there. Now, talking about subjects of money politics. The winner at the end of the day, the highest bidder, takes it at the end of the day. Well, you have said that there's no way to do this without this money, right? But should we continue like this?
I think Mark raised a very strong point, and he said, looking at the countries, there's what they spend money on, staff and advertising, a lot of things. And there are caps in this country, countries that work. Now, I'll tell you how bad it is when you're running for office in Nigeria as a young person. The moment I say I'm going to run for office, everybody will they will add the usual the prefix before the office. So Your Excellency, distinguished, honorable. For me, it was distinguished. But I'll tell you one part nobody pays attention to. The moment you announce you're running for office, if you walk into an eatery and your friends are there, you're the one paying for lunch. Yep. Newspaper clips that I used to just talk to and you could even get for free. Or this presenter, let me add you the fourth estate because you're as guilty as it. So I now get you. I now like now I'm here. No, I'm not leaving you. So I'm here for free. I came myself. No problem. And you guys are enjoying my intellectual stuff. The moment I declare I'm running for office, and you know it, we're not going to mention the amounts. The amounts differ according to the stations. And it goes up like that, like that, like that. So intentionally, as much as we say politicians are the ones guilty of this, the people also demand quite a lot of money. The moment they know you're running for office, I'll tell you how bad it was. When my wife used to do her hair in Abuja, the moment my posters came out, they were like, the husband is running for office, suppose they pay double now. My landlord increased my rent by 75%. I'm putting posters outside, and that's the reality of it. So what are you talking about? It's not the politicians alone. It's the general Nigerian culture that once you're a politician, it means you are eating from the buffet of corruption, which means everybody must be handed a bit.
So how do we change this? That's more important here. How do we change the mindset, the narratives?
I'm going to start from where he stopped. There is no political culture in Nigeria. There is a culture of running for elections. There's the politicians and the rest of us. But the rest of us don't have a political culture that guides the way we see that politics should be run. So there is no political structure. And it's a deliberate thing that has come down the years. When the colonialists handed over to the founding fathers, they handed over a structure that didn't have a political culture. Completely decimated from, politics was decimated from the common man. And then we had the intellectuals that actually ran the politics. And that is the way it's been. So the people were not involved. Until today, people therefore see the politicians as the one that are running it. And we that are standing by the sides are looking for how to benefit.
One other issue that comes to mind when you raise this, political structure and political culture is the issue of funding for political parties. No, now, ideally, some will say, well, political parties should ordinarily be run by, dues, by funds that is sourced by the party from other sources, aside state coffers. But from what we have right now, it's more like the political parties are run basically from funds that come from state coffers.
No. No political party is funded by the state. That was stopped by I think, Buhari.
I mean, that's what the law says.
The law does not. It's not only the law.
That's what the law says. But in reality, is that the case?
Let's not be emotional. This is politics. And half the problem of Nigeria is because we are emotional about politics. I'm being honest.
Let's look at this way. We talk about aspirants right now.
Yes.
There are those who are serving governors, and there are those who are in political offices, state offices, right? They are going to be flying all around the country with jets, right? And in most of the times, they are not going to be having access to state coffers money, and then they will now be using their personal money to be running around, be doing all of these things. I mean, for crying out loud. The vice president, for instance, initially, just some few days ago, there was a story about how he travels around the country with the presidential jet, right? Yes, he is the vice president, but at what point do you actually separate the person in the office and the person who wants to contest for
I'll tell you why we're not yet there. I'll tell you why.
I mean, let's be realistic. You've been realistic, as far as...
Yes.
So let's not...
I'll tell you why we're not yet there. As long as this remains a country where you just buy a car and then you don't get a driver's license, I start driving on the road. It's the same problem to the top. So in America, when the president is running for office, as long as he's running for office, he pays an amount for using Air Force One to move from here to here. We are talking about a country where 87% of Nigerians have not even opened the constitution. Note, I did not say understand. Another 10% have opened and do not understand. Do you know what you're talking about? Then you're going to ask for campaign money. That's too complicated now. Do you understand? That's a little bit too complicated.
Another evidence of this is the kind of influence that some party leaders, once you become a governor, you're a party leader. Even if you defect from another party and join the party, you are a party leader. And that level of influence is because of the kind of resources that is expected you are going to be bringing into the political party. I mean, let's be realistic with this, right? Let me just take a mark on this.
So I understand the question you're trying to ask, and I understand Kunle's first response. So while there's no official funding for parties in our laws, and that was stopped, I think, 3 or 4 election cycles ago, it's common knowledge that a lot of unofficial state funds goes into funding political activities. And I think first of all is to be clear that what we have are not really political parties. They're just platforms for people to get into government. And that's why you can see I can sleep in PDP and wake up in APC, and next tomorrow I'm in a different party. That's why politicians can change parties as much as they change their underwear. And in that, it's also an indictment on the parties that they've been unable to organize themselves properly. So, and this is often given as a justification for saying, we're charging 40 million naira for presidential forms, or 100 million naira because we need funding. But in the situation where these parties are properly organized and they genuinely intend or desire it to be a party owned by its members. And when I say owned by its members, most of the time these parties are in the pockets of a few people. Nigerian political parties, generally speaking, are not trying to increase political participation. In many ways, they are trying to restrict political participation. So whenever they come out and tell you we have 6 million members or 12 million members, they are pulling figures from the air. They don't even know how many members they have. They can't tell you that accurately. And so that is down to that problem of organization. You have to understand, what kind of party do you want to build? If you want to build a party that is owned by its members, that you go out and say, look, we want to get members to join and also to define what we stand for. And those members begin to have a vested interest in that party and contribute. Because what you have is like the earliest, what we described earlier about politicians are running the show and the rest of us are on the sidelines hoping we benefit. It plays out the same way within the political parties. The ones that run the parties and the members that are within the party and hoping to get benefits. So they're not many of them, they're not putting their money in. They're trying to also get from those who are putting money in and getting returns out. So that's where the crux of the problem lies in my view.
All right. Well, quite a lot really to chew. I know. I guess maybe you are itching to add to what Mark just said.
Mark has hit the nail clearly on the head.
So you now agree
no,
that
no, I didn't.
No. It comes down. Let me just add.
You never.
Let him finish.
Something. I'm not one of those politicians that backs like an Alsatian, so I don't have the strength to be doing this. Just I'm calm. So let me state how I was headed. Officially, Nigeria does not fund political parties. Do governors take wrongly from their coffers and put into political parties? Yes. Are governors leaders of parties in states? Yes, which is wrong because it contravenes the fact that there's an actual chairman of state acting. And this did not happen till when governors started feeling fully powerful, sometime in 2011 or whatever. Before, the chairman of state of a party was the leader of the party. But you know, a lot of positions have come up, even the ex-position that is in APC, where they call someone the national leader. That is not even among constitution exactly for the party. So these kind of situations have happened. But as long as the people say this is okay, it will keep occurring. So you should have a situation where a political party decides to say its presidential form is 100 million. If Nigerians come out and say, if your form is 100 million, you will not secure one vote from Nigerians, will that form price come down? Yes. But nobody wants to do it. Nobody has taken that upon ourselves. And we blame ourselves we blame the politicians. You know, Nigerians are very good at pointing fingers like this and like this, but nobody is doing anything.
Yes, it still boils down to what I said is the political culture. How many Nigerians are members of parties, especially those that criticize the political structure day in, day out? That's a crucial question to ask. How many are actually participating in the political process? How many are calling shots in their They don't have to call shots on the national level or at the state level, in their wards, in their local levels. That is what makes the difference. Somebody standing out and saying, this is the way we will go. As long as people will stand by the side and watch others fund the political parties, the parties will be under the control of those that fund them.
All right.
And that's the truth. Well,
as the saying goes, he who pays the piper dictates the tone, isn't it? All right. Well, we will be joining our team at the Moshood Abiola Stadium, where the PDP presidential primary is currently ongoing. Some bigwigs of the party have arrived to the venue already. We have the governor of Rivers State, Nyesom Wike, the governor of Bauchi State, Bala Mohammed, who are both presidential hopefuls under the same platform, and also the former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has arrived at the venue as well. Ifeanyi Okowa is at the venue. The governor of Abia State, Kezi Ikpeazu, is also at the venue. So we'll be joining our team there at the field to get live feeds. And then while we take a short breather, we'll be back shortly in the studio to continue with the commentary here. Please stay with us.
Serving and former Senate governorship candidates. Special National Convention. The speech is not for me to make. The proper welcome is not for me to do. But I believe that of our great party,
I want to stand on the very well established protocol. Corruption, broken record, let me assure you that this exercise will be free, fair, transparent to all. Whoever emerges good and successful exercise, we must rescue Nigeria, and the time is now. Long live the PDP, long live the Federal Republic of Nigeria. PDP!
Thank His Excellency Chinomak for that inspiring welcome address. May I acknowledge the presence of my friend in this arena, the countryman governor, distinguished Senator Seriake Dixon. Your Excellency, we welcome you Happy deliberation. I wish you to this special night. To rescue, redirect, and with great judgment and the honor and privilege
All right, that's the national chairman of the People's Democratic Party, Yercha Ayu, addressing delegates that convened at the Moshood Abiola Stadium for the PDP presidential primary, kind of opening the whole primary election that is about to happen there. Most of the bigwigs of the party and also some presidential aspirants, under that platform have also arrived at the venue. From what we've heard that the governor of Rivers State, Nyesom Wike, has arrived. The governor of Bauchi State, Bala Mohammed, has arrived. Also, Atiku Abubakar, former vice president, is at the venue as well. Bukola Saraki, former Senate president, who is also a presidential aspirant in that primary, is also currently at the venue. Other bigwigs of the party include the Ifeanyi Okowa and then also Seyi Makinde, who are also on ground for the PDP presidential primary. Also, information that we're getting is suggesting that officials of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission currently have been cited at the velodrome of the Moshood Abiola Stadium venue of the PDP presidential primary. The officials were conspicuous in their red vest with the commission's acronym boldly displayed on them, so they are not sneaking in to the venue. They moved around the arena, hosting thousands of party delegates who were waiting for the commencement of the primary election to elect the presidential candidate of the PDP. Whether what they are there for is still uncertain, but part of the conversations that we've been having here is about the monetization of the whole process, where we see aspirants paying huge amounts to delegates that are going to be participating in that primary election to woo them to vote in their favor. So these are part of the conversations that we are having here. Now, we'll continue shortly with the commentary, but let's continue to listen to the address of the national chairman of the party, Yercha Ayu.
boost the morale of party members. By Section 35 of the People's Democratic Party Constitution,
All right, thank you for staying. You're watching special coverage on the PDP presidential primary holding currently at the Moshood Abiola Stadium in the Federal Capital Territory here in Abuja. And we have in the studio Mike Amaza, member of the Not Too Young to Run Strategic Committee, and also Paul James, Program Manager Elections, IAGA Africa, both of whom are going to be giving us perspectives on some of the happening. We saw the opening speech by the national chairman of the People's Democratic Party, Iyorchia Ayu, who had expressed concern about the actions or decision of the Independent National Electoral Commission in the last hour to change the date for that election. The PDP has expressed dissatisfaction over that. They are concerned that this does not give them a level playing ground. Whether that is true or not is for our guests to actually give us perspectives to that. We've already seen the reactions that trailed the changing of the date, and already the PDP is feeling somewhat shortchanged or maybe put at a disadvantaged position. Let me start with James. What do you think about that?
So I just cast my mind back to the 2018 concerns raised by the president about changing the rules of the games close to the election, and also I think the ECOWAS convention is also clear that you don't change the rules of the game at least 6 months to the election. When there were agitations last week about whether or not the president should assent to the Electoral Act amendment, my position about it was that the president should not also amend. These political parties literally forced the hands of INEC to do what INEC had to do yesterday. But they were all in the meeting. They were all represented in the meeting.
Except for the PDP, though.
Based off what we read from of course, they had a body. IPAC was represented, and PDP is a member of IPAC. So I believe whatever decision was taken at that level is for the benefit of all the parties. But based on what we gathered from INEC also, it's not as if INEC completely altered the timetable. INEC is still insisting that it's not going to change the timetable for the election as it is. What INEC simply did was to look within the timetable and see whether there are allowances that the parties could explore. Parties asked for more time to be able to file in the names of their candidates after their primary elections. So INEC gave them 6 days. So within that extension of 6 days from the original date of, I think, June 4th, so it is within those 6 days that other parties have decided to make adjustments about their primaries. It is not only the APC, for instance, that have made adjustments. I learned that even the NNPP had made adjustments about its own primaries as well. So the PDP is at the liberty to do that too if they choose to do that. It's just that they had already planned. They were already on ground in Abuja before these decisions were taken. So I mean, I could understand the anger about it, but then it is what it is.
So, Mark, do you think that this will have an implication on the outcome of their primaries, or as they also contend with other political parties in the end of this whole processes?
I don't think it will have an impact on the primaries, but I think it will have an impact on how other parties respond to the results from these primaries. Considering the fact that the presidential elections are seen more or less a two-horse race. So it will give enough time for the other strong APC and possibly other parties that are trying to make headway in these elections to inform their strategic how they approach the election in terms of choosing a candidate. So I think that's also one reason why PDP feels shortchanged, because it's more like they are being forced to show their hand before others can.
All right, well, let's take the speech of the National Secretary of the PDP there at the Moshood Abiola Stadium at the moment. All right. Now, thank you for staying with us. You're watching the PDP presidential primaries ongoing at the Moshood Abiola Stadium here in the capital city in Abuja. A number of people have arrived. Some of the presidential hopefuls under the platform of the PDP and big wigs of the People's Democratic Party. The national chairman of the PDP, Iyorchia Ayu, has declared the primaries open, and we have also seen the speech by the national secretary of the party. Now, we will be taking a slide at what the national chairman earlier mentioned, where he expressed concern about INEC's integrity and independence in deciding, how the general elections turns out. And so we'll take a slide of that, and then when we come back, we'll continue with the discussions with our guest in the studio.
Elections that followed, we swept the polls in their entirety. If in the end we were forced to share our electoral wins with the ruling APC, it is because we believe INEC failed its independence test. But it also means we must continue to awaken the electoral empire to its sacred duty of impartiality. And we have done fairly well in the by-elections that have held across the country. If we competed on level playing grounds, if INEC were resistant to external pressures, and if security agents did not militarize some of the election environments, your great party, the PDP, Nigeria's only organic party, would have done much better. But the by-elections serve as a very important point. They are a referendum on APC's misrule. The outcomes of the elections show that Nigerians want us back to power. And the reasons are obvious. Nigeria is now both the poverty capital of the world. Also, Nigeria is the third most terrorized country. The economy has collapsed. Government now prints or borrows money to pay salaries.
All right, thank you for staying. There you have it, the national chairman of the People's Democratic Party, Iyorchia Ayu. You heard what he said. What do you make of that? Already, that sounds like an indictment. Well, not an indictment exactly, but that sounds like casting aspersion on the independence and integrity of the electoral umpire, isn't it?
Yeah, it does, because he's saying, not even implying that they won more elections than was declared in their favor, and because INEC is not as independent it's as they should be. It's a strong accusation, and I wish he was more specific in terms of which elections particularly he felt when they were PDP, but PDP wasn't, but it was declared the other way around, so that we're able to have even a sort of forensic examination of those elections rather than just casting aspersions, just saying we could have done better if actually the electoral umpire was doing his job as it's supposed to be.
So, James, do you see any validity to these allegations about,
I sincerely feel
about INEC, being pressured by external forces?
No, I don't agree with that. I sincerely feel the politicians should learn to allow INEC to do their work. This call, for instance, about the extension for the dates of the primaries, started from all the politicians. They pressured INEC for the past 1 month that I know to shift the dates of the primary.
Yeah, but they did that weeks before now, right? And if that was to happen, maybe it should have happened much earlier. Maybe it wouldn't have caused the kind of reactions that we are seeing.
That's what I'm saying. They went on different platforms, different channels to call on INEC to do that until they pressured INEC to an emergency meeting yesterday evening. And in that meeting, for whatever reason, PDP wasn't in the meeting. Parties were represented. INEC shifted by 6 days. And within the electoral calendar as we have, there is nothing happening within those 6 days. So I don't understand where all of these are coming from. From these elections that INEC have conducted in recent time, to the best of my knowledge, the challenges of those elections were more administrative than anything that you can think of on towards around elections. Administrative in the sense, the technology that INEC tried to introduce in the election. The other one was concerns around polling units and locations of the polling units. Other than that, I'm not sure anybody had raised. The third challenge, which is external to INEC, is the concern around election security. Nobody other than what I'm hearing today had raised those sort of allegations about the elections that I know of. So where is this coming from, and why is it coming up today?
All right, well, it's quite interesting to see some of the things that are happening at that ground. We'll continue to bring you all the updates, but for now, we'll take a breather and then perhaps back to the studio much later to bring you updates on the PDP presidential primary ongoing at the Moshood Abiola Stadium. I've been speaking with Paul James, Program Manager, Elections, Yaga Africa, and also Mark Amaza, member, not too young to run, Strategic Committee. We will be, like I said, taking a short breather now, and then later we'll be back in the studio. My name is Ayuba Ilya. Thank you for staying. Connect with us much later.